So, going into round 2, we have Josh versus Josh. We have, I believe this is gonna be the Snake Eye deck. We've yet to see, well, really what Josh's second deck was. It was just a bunch of trap cards. But I doubt they brought it for the first game, so it's probably just Snake Eye. But Josh Kip is going first. I believe this was Rescue Ace. Yeah, we saw Rescue Ace. We saw them playing Nibiru. And let's start by setting Wanted. Okay, so they were trying to bait for a hand chat because they had original in hand, or maybe Poplar in hand. But we decide to up to a Maxi now. The reason, I guess, is to play around Gamma, but also to allow for a second hand trap to hit harder if we maybe Ash this, or like Called by this. Then we can drop an Ash on the OSS, and that would be more impactful. We don't do anything, it just resolves. Okay, so we now just summon Prevento, going to SP and presumably pass. No, we're just going for it. Okay, so we summon out Turbulence. This is kind of safe. Right, because the SP protects Turbulence from anything like Imperm or Vela. The problem is, if you Imperm now or Vela now, going into Princess to revive the Turbulence is 2 more draws. So this is not actually that safe. Yeah, and Josh just chooses to Vela now. They go for the Princess, but this is, like I said, 2 more draws. Josh is gonna have so much. I wouldn't be surprised if we even saw like a Kirin at the end of the main phase. It is gonna resolve though, so we do have Turbulence. One way that this could get interesting is if they have a Maxi of their own and it resolves. Because the back row is strong, but it's not so strong that Fire King Snake Eye can't play through it with this many cards. I think this is one of the better decks for playing through it anyway. We're gonna go Emergency right away. Yeah, since you don't have a name on the board, relying on Rescue to revive your name to make the trap slide is risky because, well, it's just this many cards, there's probably a Cold by degree. So I like going Emergency right away. If we have Ash, we would definitely choose to Ash this. Then we chain the Rescue, and now I imagine Cold by? Yeah, Cold by is coming down. You gave them so many draws, they just draw everything. Now the traps are not live, the Wanted is obviously doing nothing. It's just the cards in hand that can potentially stop Josh. And we have Diabell Star, so this is gonna be enough by itself. Yeah, normal summon the Ponix. Nothing is activating. Still could be a Maxi though. No Maxis changed. Okay. So this should be... yeah, active end. The Wanted. This should be pretty simple for Josh. Just OTK from this position. Speed this up. Activate the Kirin. Okay. So one thing that's quite interesting there is how Josh played around Nibiru. Why this player we actually know plays Nibiru, so summoning just 4 times actually is pretty smart. So well played to Josh, they definitely could have ignored Nibiru and like played into it and then lost to it. That could have been something that happened. But they didn't, they played around it. Okay, we have Emra versus the Master Duel Grinder, 40 versus 40. You gotta love to see it. I imagine this is Pearly? Yeah, we're still playing Pearly. This card Droplet. We have Impom, that's pretty strong. So, do we have a way to get to the second Black Cat? Yes, we do. We have Delicious. We have to discard Maxi though? What did we want to discard Maxi? Oh my god, we have Ghost Ogre. Wow, so Ghost Ogre will negate the second effect, this rank up effect, because honestly the Pelly is getting destroyed. We chose to discard Maxi, which makes me think this carding hand has to be another Maxi. Right? It surely is another Maxi. Something like a My Friend doesn't even really extend you. If it was My Friend, you could maybe discard the Maxi, but I think you'd probably activate My Friend by now. I think we're just dealing with another Maxi, which means the Master Level Grinder has no plays. And what could be very funny is if... Okay, so this is the Centurion Bestial deck. I was gonna say if it's Maxi, but Emma is playing Flu, which we've seen him play. That could have been very funny. We're going for the Magnum up though, so this is searching Saphira. No, this is searching the Bestial Rebellion, of course. We're not playing Voiceless Voice, we're playing Centurion. Yeah, activate the Rebellion, and even if there is a Maxi at this point, you can honestly just give no draws, because Pearly can't do much with a top deck. Discard Gargoyle, which isn't my Gargoyle, which makes a little bit more sense in the Bestial build because it is a dragon. I'm playing Bombs. Looks like it's not even Maxi. Wow. What did we choose to keep in hand? If not Maxi? Why did we discard Maxi? Not sure about that. Oh, we're just trying to push for lethal right now. This is 8,000. Yeah, this last card apparently just wasn't a hand trap. It must have been a spell that we wanted to activate. Yeah, that must have been it. Okay, Quantul versus Enzo. We have Voiceless Voice. Yeah, we expect. It's from Enzo. I'm pretty sure we've not seen any other deck yet from him. We had Cerebus, so we just... Wait. Why did we add Cerebus? I guess if we don't have the means to ritual summon, it's just better? Why is it better with the Skull Guardian? Maybe we already have a Skull Guardian, but apparently we can't play, so... Let's see what Quantul has. Still playing the tier deck. I wonder if Quantul will ever play the second deck. Discarding Droplet. Yeah, we can just... Oh, we have Rhino Hut. Yeah, so this is really strong. Impalm. This is gonna matter that much, right? We can still use the Strudo. The problem is this doesn't make anything that good, right? It makes Psychic and Punisher. Yeah. Yeah, this Psychic and Punisher. We try to end the main phase, which is why we use the trap. That's legal. Wow, Psychic and Punisher. That's 3 very easy wins for Josh's team. Wow. So now Emre versus Enzo. Still playing the Voiceless Voice? Let's not break twice in a row. Adding Cerebus again. This time we don't break. Okay. We do have Impom though. And we have Cerebus to negate that. Do we have Avela or Maxi? Yeah, we have Maxi. And is there a reason to use the Impom when you know there's Cerebus? You force the Cerberus effect, sure, so then it's carded as a ritual summon. But maybe you do just use it, because if they ever get to full combo and barrier and low, then you can't target anything with the Impalm like ever again. Maybe you do just try to use it now. Just send Herald, get a search. Now they can ritual summon. Oh, they cannot ritual summon. We have a Druid. Wow, we have 3 headships. Was it worth dropping Maxi? Isn't this a bit weird? If you activate Maxi, it resolves, and then you try to stop your opponent's one way of summoning, and they pass? Like, can you really be surprised? Like, so far they don't have any other guaranteed way to play, and you're taking away their one play? Why did you use the Maxi yet? Couldn't you just use the Bestial, and then held the Maxi for when they tried to ritual summon? Okay, they can play, apparently, so they are gonna play into the Maxi. It's 1 draw. They sent Garura and Maximus. The Maximus, no, but Entis, I mean, with the Maximus. Entis is gonna destroy Juriswim, and then Juriswim can send away one of these cards. Probably the Maximus, because it's hard to attack over. We sent Zeus and Typhon. That makes sense. Typhon is never gonna be live in this matchup, and the Zeus probably isn't gonna be live either. Most of the time when I play Centaurian, I find that Zeus really only ever comes up in Grindanes to put on top of my Typhon. I never really make it, even though you can, like, hard make it in Centaurian. It never really comes up for me. So I don't hate sending these. It's probably the best choice. So we pop the Juris one and draw 1. And we send away the Maximus because it has a lot of defense. Well, we have another headshot. We're playing Bell. This is the second Ghost Bell we've seen so far at Worlds. And it's interesting. You don't really see Ghost Bell on the ladder. Is this because of the Worlds format? Are we deep on handtraps like this because the better handtraps are in the Snake Eye deck? Is that what's going on here? We did see Josh has Vela, so maybe this is a replacement for that. It's working out here though. It stops the Nadia 7. Although I'm not sure what Nadia 7 was trying to send. I guess it could send another Herald. Maybe you can't add anything with Herald with Nadia 7, right? You have to add something with higher attack or lower attack. So this wasn't gonna send anything scary? Is there actually a reason to use Ghostbell? The reason I ask is because Ghostbell actually would come up in this matchup, right? And if you're playing Centaurion, just having a cards of discard that you don't need for the field spell is like always a thing that you need. Did you have to use Ghost Spell on this? Because what does this do? Am I missing something? You can't send another Gavura. It's once per turn. You can't use Enters, there's nothing to destroy. And you can't send Herald because there's no target with small enough attack. I'm not sure if this was necessary. Yeah, we have a one-cut starter. If there's no hand traps, this should take control of the game. We even have Rebellion, so we do have Max C though. We chain the Magnum up. Yeah, there's no out to Maxi. I don't imagine you play many other than Ash Blossom. They get the one draw for Primera, but that's all you can give them, right? You don't have to summon anymore. You can just get the field spell and then summon on the opponent's turn. So you can use these to make a Synchro 12 on the opponent's turn. Or you can use these to make a Baron on the opponent's turn. But I think the better play is to give one draw now for Baron, and then use the field spell on the opponent's turn to make a Synchro 12. I think that's the strongest use of resources. We attack first because it's more damage. I think Emmer should make Baron. Yeah, he does. Now we have access to Legacia or Auxilia if we want. We have Byron Negate, we have Druis 1, and we're facing 5 cards. Okay, Impon trades with the Baron. Nice. This is doable for Voiceless Voice. This is very doable. Okay, we send Trias. What's the reason to send Tria? We really need to access low, I guess. It's possible they only play one of the targets in the extra deck, but I would imagine they play more since they're playing Nadia and Maxus. So we couldn't send Antis to try and pop Primera, because that would deny the Synchro 12. It would also deny the engine, like a follow-up. If you popped Primera or Chudea, then they could still synchro either way with the Juris one. Juris and Chudea can make Chaos Angel. You can't pop the Shield spell because it can't be destroyed. Right, these are still monster cards while they're in the back row. But I guess we just needed to play. We probably just needed to access low, which is why we sent this. Now we use Blessing on the Divino. This is just to put it on the board so that when we synchro it off for like a Chaos Angel, we get to send away one of the monsters. Yeah, that makes sense. I think we're going to do it now because if they try to activate a ritual spell, as soon as they summon a ritual monster, this is going to be live to protect from targeting. So I think what Emma wants to do now is summon the Primera, make Chaos Angel. Chaos Angel can banish the barrier, and the Juris one can send away one of these, probably the below. And a Chaos Angel in this situation is actually unaffected, as well as unable to be destroyed by battle. So that's a pretty big threat for Voiceless. Yeah, there's the Chaos Angel. Probably should just put it in defense position. It can't die by battle anyway. Should send away the Trias. Or we can negate with Chaos Angel. We can negate with Surrey the Sunning. Was it not better to go Chaos Angel Chainlink 2 because it's unaffected? Right? So that Cerevis or Ghost Ogre or something like that doesn't punish you. I think we were supposed to go Chainlink 2 Chaos Angel. But the barrier is still gone, which is the more important effect. We do have the ritual spell. The low comes back. This is why they tried to send away the Trias, because the low would just come back anyway. I guess it's the same thing. We make Anima, but there's no zone, we put around that. And we make SP, which can go after the Baron, I guess? Why did they banish Trudea? Was it banishing Baron better? No, the Synchro monsters are all unaffected, I see. right? Synchro monsters are all unaffected. That makes sense. I'm not sure Dynamondo is gonna do it, because the Baron is now back online, it's unaffected. The camera just wins here. We can probably just negate this and then go battle phase. Yeah. That was a nice game. Well played. So next game we have Josh Kip versus Quantle. Josh Kip is still playing Rescue Ace, by the looks of it. Yeah, they are. And they're playing Impulse, which is interesting. That's not something you see in every Rescue Ace deck. Add the Hydrant. Adding Hydrant out of these can. I guess if you need a starter, this is the only actual starter. Sure. Add Turbulence though, so we have more plays. Yeah, we have Emergency. No hand chats from Quantle yet. I don't think Quantle plays that many hand chats. We've seen Droplets. And other than that, playing Horus and Tyr in a 40 card deck, you're probably quite low on space. So there might just be Maxi and Droplets in here. But the turbulence is now resolving. We set the standard sets. No, we set alert. We set alert, so that probably means we have rescue in hand, which we're gonna try to use right now. Or we're gonna set it first. Is there a reason to set the rescue? Aren't you just playing into Cold by the Grave by trying to do it on the opponent's turn? You obviously have rescue because you have no name on the board. So shouldn't you just use it on the opponent's turn? Wouldn't that make more sense? Not on the opponent's turn, I mean. Now if they get Cold by, they just lose everything. The IP is dead, the traps are dead. I guess you can use Emergency to summon a name if you need to. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I think I would try to play around Cold by though, because Cold by stops nothing on my board if I already have the rescue resolved. I do activate Emergency. Cold by can stop this Preventer, but they don't. Okay, so Cold by did actually trade with Preventer. I guess it's fine. I don't really see a reason not to use the rescue at the end of your turn now. Maybe it's not rescue. Maybe they just relied on the Preventer summon. Maybe it is just an Impalm or some other disruption. But that would be playing very hard into Cold by. Oh, Quantle is playing Boister's Voice. This is not Tyr. This is the second deck. We're chaining Masquerade, we want to banish this right away. Yeah, so now this again makes me think it must be Rescue because we got rid of our name again. Now they flip the Rescue. And no Cold by. We have Prep. Adding Cerebus, probably because we want to negate one of the traps. Whoa, we have Book of Moon. Oh my god, this is so good right now. This turns off the traps. The name is off the board, the traps are dead. That's actually really strong. So what has to happen now though is probably chain alert so that we can add Impulse, and then when they try to activate something we can use Impulse to put another name back on the board. We're gonna chain SP first, and then we're gonna chain alert. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, Moon is an interesting choice. They're really deep on the non-engine. Attribute Cerebus, so there goes the targeting protection. Oh, we chain Gamma. We don't even We don't even want to chain Impulse, we just want to chain Gamma? Is that correct? So get denied in the search, and you're removing the body, but then the body replaces itself with another one. And if they keep playing, you can have the Impulse, but what if they don't play? Do you have follow-up? I guess so, because you have the SB and the Hydrant coming back. Yeah, I think Gamma here is probably fine. It just negates the search though. They still can summon another monster. And the driver comes from hand, that's unfortunate. So now there's only one unknown in hand. And we pass. Yeah, we had no plays, so no chance to summon the Impulse. But we can select the trap in the end phase. That's fine, we can reset it, and we can now have all the follow-up we need. This probably leads to lethal. SQA's probably attacks for game there. So let's speed this up. Reset the extinguish. So we're in a good position even if we don't kill. It's very strong. It was a nice Gamma. Is lethal? Yes. It was a nice game. Interesting to see Voiceless Voice again. I've seen quite a lot of people bring Voiceless Voice. And now Josh versus the Master Level Grinder. We have 40 versus 40. Josh is going first with Fire King Sanctuary. Not gonna see the second deck yet again. I really want to know what the second deck is. I really want to know what's going off with that. Oh, we have Maxine here. Can we out that? We can. Oh my god. Yeah, so Josh's team already flies. Already 4 wins open this match. This game's looking good. We called by the Maxi. If this is Pearly, being down a card like this is a big deal. And if they can set up, it could be over. The match could be over. They've yet to have Snake Eye plays yet though, so currently it's just Fire King. We have Skyban. And we have Snake Eye plays. Okay, so this really is going to be a strong board. We get to add Poplar. We know that this Poplar even has a target because Josh plays Temple. Now we can go Flanders. No, we're about to Oak first. Yeah, this makes sense because we haven't used Poplar yet. So this is an extra body. Although I'm curious why we didn't send away to Sanctuary, because it's actually not an extra body, right? I guess it is an extra body. Yeah, it's kind of an extra body. Wouldn't it be better to send away the Ash along with the Sanctuary and then Oak with the Poplar? You get an extra body. This way you keep the Sanctuary. I guess you don't need an extra body here, but it's fine. It's fine either way. This is really strong. We're making Masquerano. That's because we don't have... We have Kieran. Is there a reason we didn't want to make Sunlight Wolf to add it back? I feel like that's what most players have been doing. But would you just go Masquerena? Are we gonna revive the Slandurge and play it this way? Yeah, we are. I like this style of play. This is what I prefer to do. If possible. Now we make Sunlight Wolf. Yeah. Okay, we can play it this way. We get both. We add back the Kieran. And we can either make Ambler Whale, or we can make Heat Soul, draw a card into Appaloosa. I'm interested to see if Josh is playing Heat Soul. They are. Right, this is how I like to play the deck. This is pretty nice. And now this is a 2-material Appaloosa. Yeah, so you already have the fire on the board with the Flamberge. And you have the Princess, the Grenix, The draw 1 that could have been a hand trap. The Skyburn, which we know about. Apple is for 2. IP for SP. This is a lot. Especially for a deck like Pearly, they really need to draw their board breakers. Which we do know the DB Grinder is playing. He is playing board breakers. So this game isn't necessarily just over. We start with my friend, and we decide to let it go. What's the reason for that? Not wanting to go straight for SP and banish the my friend? Probably didn't want to play straight into talents? You're gonna play into it eventually anyway. Is this not a good banish? An SP? I guess it's completely fine to just let it go for now. I think I would have maybe banished it though. So we negate the Search, or the Excavate effect. I think that's fair. Now if they try to activate the second effect, we can negate it. We're gonna go Masquerena now. We're gonna link off now. Is this gonna go after the Pearly? Probably will go after the Pearly. Yeah. And we have a lot of Swallow Up. So what's interesting here about Oak is if you decide to revive all 3 monsters, you only have 1 zone left, so you really need to be careful with your Goronix, because your Goronix needs 2 zones to destroy a card, right? Because you need 1 zone for the Kirin to summon to in order to pop. So you can get around that with SB, banish itself, but the better way to get around it, I think, is just to not summon free, just add the hand with the Oak. Yeah, we just choose to add to the hand. That makes sense. Now we're not forced to use SP first. We discard Maxi again. We love discarding Maxi in pairing. Now we're gonna activate Princess. We have Happy to protect the Pearly, but we also have Imperm. It's not gonna matter, honestly. We still have SP, which disrupts this. We still have Skyburn. Still have Appaloosa. And the Princess still gets to resolve, which means Goronix gets to resolve. Yeah, there's just no way Pearly can break this with Engine. We choose to negate instead of triggering Goronix, which is reasonable. And now we're gonna Kirin. I think with Kirin allowed to play around like a Link 1? A rank 1, I mean? Like a Socio? Maybe that's what we're playing around? And now we just pop everything, and Josh should win this game. Yeah, just absolutely cooked. Pearly not drawing any of its board breakers. That is rough. Josh's team takes it. 5-1. Okay, next match we have Jesse, who is still playing 60 cards, versus a 60 card deck over here. So this should be branded. Let's see what happens. Yeah, Chatity means it's branded. Looks like it's just a 1-card combo so far. Yeah. So, okay. So if we only have the 1-card combo, this was probably wanting to go Albion into Debellion into Marajade. One thing you can do against this is hold Maxi until the Albion effect, instead of chaining to Branded Fusion, because now they can summon Sanctifier and give you 1 draw. And if that's good, depending on what the hand is, if the Sanctifier is good, then that could be a bit of a wasted Maxi. If you instead hold for the Albion effect, you've made them commit to Albion, and now they definitely have to give you 1 draw for the Albion effect. But then they don't really have anything too good without giving you another draw. Right, the best they can do is give you one draw for Mirror Jade, but it's not as good as Sanctifier because the Albaz is gone from the graveyard, so the Mirror Jade is just one disruption, whereas the Sanctifier is like multiple, right? So that's one thing to consider. Let's see if this person has an out. They don't. I haven't seen Maxi get negated very often. And yeah, so now we could just go Sanctify Pass. And depending on what they have in hand, yeah, this could be kinda weak, but it could also be kinda strong. Something like Thrust. This is gonna be kinda strong. We're not setting duplication though, we're choosing to set Branded King. Are we not playing duplication, or do we already have it? Because I feel like I would set duplication there. There's another set? I think this must be duplication. Okay, we'll banish you from the hand. That's not great. Chaining Branded King. Yeah, I mean, this is a really easy Branded King. Why did you banish from the hand? You are telegraphing that you don't really have a better play. And may you get a 2-for-1 because you activated these in the same... Yeah. I mean, you would stop the Scream regardless, even if you didn't use it and tried to use it later. Yeah, this is pretty strong. Oh, but Jessie was just baiting. I see. Yeah, it's tempting to negate 2 cards for 1, but this would have been a much better negate. So now Jessie gets to search for a spell. The problem is it can't be grass, because we don't mill enough cards for it to be grass. So what do you get in this situation? Another Rhino? You'd probably just get Pale Rhino. We did banish Coldbite and Tribicama, and no, we're choosing to get Foolish Burial Goods. I guess that's the same thing as Pale Rhino, but you also get the turtle for free, right? The tortoise. Yeah, so this is the only play I think you can make without grass. Now we go Sharon instead of Rhino Hot. Why did we go for Sharon instead of Rhino Hot? Do we think Rhino Hot is just too weak? I guess so, right? Because if we normal summon Rhino Hot, you send it to your name, you summon, we try to pop this back row, and let's say it's nothing, let's say it just dies. On the resolution of the chain, when you set with Kit Colors, you can then just activate Sanctifier, reborn the Albaz, and put something like the Cartesia or the Tragedy on their side of the field. Use it that, make Mirror Jade, and then banish the Kit Colors, and then Jesse's out of plays. So I think Jesse recognized that, and he had to high roll with the Sharon, and it looked like he didn't really know much. I have Druiswam on Snow. That's probably not needed, but it's kind of insult to injury at this point. Just going to battle phase. Is this fusion dupe? If this is fusion dupe, we should be... yeah. So we can attack for lethal here. Choosing Albaz from the hand, which could mean that we only play 2, but it could also be a very tricky way of making the opponent think you only play 2. So Albion here can go for Lobellion. Lobellion into... wait, we had Baldrake? Why not just summon the Baldrake and then summon Titanic Clad with the Albion, and then it's just lethal. We didn't need to discard anything for Rebellion. We could have just ended the game. Or you can make Grand Grenoble. It doesn't have to be Totemic led. So we missed lethal, but this is still an unlosable situation for Branded. Nicely done. The Branded King also in this player's deck. Interesting. So now we have Ryan playing 47 or 37? 42 cards, I mean. I'm going first with Snake Eye. Interesting to see how many prosperities are in these Snake Eye decks. Normally you don't need this card in Fire King Snake Eye. But we have Ash, so let's see if we have any hand traps. We have Maxi. And we have Ash. Yeah, so there's not much to dissect here. This is the Snake Eye mini game. Now we're just gonna combo. I like this line. I like the line where you push something random with the Flambish and then send it away for OSS. Choosing to revive the Sunlight Wolf so we can add back Kieran. No, Ash Blossom. We don't have Kieran. That's right. You would always choose to add back Ash Blossom in the turns where you activate Ash on Maxi. And now we have our own Maxi. Okay, starting with Island, pop Flamberge. This doesn't look like a good hand. We do get to attack the Appaloosa for free. We didn't choose to... I guess there's nothing we could have done. Any Kieran we had would have had to have been hard drawn, so I guess we just didn't have it. And how good is this position? It's pretty good, right? It is pretty good. Island resolve, so it's very good. Now we have the Kieran. We also get to place the Flamberge because we destroyed Poplar, which is extra follow-up. We're negating the Runix, which makes sense. Oh, we have Day Bellstar to send this right away. So that's just overwhelming at this point. We have too much material. Adding Skyblind. Take Beggar Runix. We make an Exceeds of it, so now it won't trigger when we attack over. Nice. Is this lethal? Why? Oh, it is lethal with the Skyburn, I see. Yeah, it's a very nice little jerk in the battle phase. Well played. Okay, next game. We've got Ray going second versus Yubel. Okay, we have a Frame Once Phantom in defense position and pass. Wow, okay. That is a hand. I imagine this is at least one hijack. Let's see. And Ray's playing Yubel. We negate this. Is this because... Okay, we get Cold Fight. If you negate the Lotus like this, you're just hoping they have no extender. I guess it's correct. Anyway, take away the Yubel names. But they have Cold Buy, which sucks a lot on Phantom. It does mean that Phantom is negated for both players for 2 turns. So this is definitely better for Ray. We have a Vela, there's the hand trap. Do we have any more hand traps? We pass after that, okay? Is this gonna be a slow going? Spirit Gates is a good draw. Droll. How good is the Droll here? It's obviously pretty good. We know that they play Chaos Summoning Beast, we saw them put it back. So they could have grabbed that and then normal summoned it. If they already have something like a Grey Squirmer in hand, they don't have a starter, so we know they don't have a Doubt Beckoning Beast or a Lotus, but they could have like a Grey Squirmer to normal summon. And at the very least, if they play Almirage, they can link off and then revive the Doubt Beckoning Beast for SP. Which, banishing this kind of looks okay for this player. Oh, never mind, we just have Gamma. Okay, well that's huge. Accuse the Vela Doubt Beckoning Beast. Is there a reason to do this? The reason to do this, you know that there's no good normal summon in hand here. You know that this is not Lotus or another Doubt Beckoning Beast. You know that they play Cast Summoning Beast, so the plan was pretty much just to normal summon and make Yama. Could you not fail at the Yama? I guess that's further into the resources, and you have to let them get. There's no reason to let them get the Yama in the graveyard, so she'll early here. There's also a back row that's probably something like Impalm. We make Phoenix to force it. Okay. It's another Maxi. Oh wow, it was Escape. It was kind of a punish. Discarding Maxi too. I feel like that was a big difference, right? Like, couldn't we have not wasted this Maxi? Did we have to kill the back row that bad? The fact that it was Escape is like extra punishing, but even if it was just an Impalm that was destroyed or something, why would you want to discard your Maxi? I guess you are ahead, given that you have the Spirit Gates. I think you have to... Oh wow, we have Nibiru. And protect the Spirit of Yubel, which... I guess that's correct, but before we think about the Nibiru, if you tucked at the Spirit of Yubel, then the Shavara immediately checks the SP, and then you're playing with a top deck and a Spirit Gates. This is 2 cards. I guess it is better than banishing the Shavara. But we have Nibiru now, which isn't that good, because we can banish SP. Yeah, we really want the Spirit of Yubel off the board, apparently. So now there is a Spirit plus and 0/0 Fiend. So we can at least make Phantom. And there's 2 monsters over here that can immediately attack over the SP. I feel like this position was better that it ended up being. I feel like we may have done something slightly wrong. At the very least, having Maxi here seems So we attack SP, attack the token. Ray Swimmer is a good draw because we can revive the spirit, and that just gets us everything. So we're gonna make a huge board here, and Ray's gonna win. Go Phoenix just to pop the spirit gates. Sure. Yeah, so there's nothing you can draw that plays through this. You see that they're playing 2 Grave Squirmer. Okay, Ubel is going first again. We have Peri-Erase Matt. Interesting, choosing to play this. Any hand traps from Ryan? So far, no. I think you would use most hand traps by now. So, a gas beam up. Ryan, we know, is playing Fire King Snake Eye. We know he has that as one of his decks, at least. Going for a slightly different board. Is this the best you can do with one Lotus? Or is this misplayed? And so what happens is you can revive the Lotus in the end phase. Yeah. And then we can destroy Ubel. But if we destroy Ubel, we have to summon Terra Incarnate? I guess we don't have to. Yeah. This is a choice, I guess. Oh, we have Maxi as well. I'm pretty sure Lotus can make Appaloosa, but we just chose not to do that. We wanted this board instead. We have Maxi, which is good, but unfortunately there's a crossout. Ryan is playing Fire King. Normal summon Okenix. If you stop this, it usually means they don't have much else. Because this is one of the worst starters. We have Skyban. But we have Oasis. That's one of the cards that can extend. Veil of Aponics. That's gonna resolve, so we don't get Island. Going for Anima. And we're choosing to destroy the Anima because that was gonna force the Rage anyway. Okay, so Ryan has nothing left. This is looking good for you, Belle. We're gonna make Phantom to play around any hand traps, normal summon, and can we find lethal? Let's see. That looks like lethal to me. Okay, we have the 60 card deck going first here. This is branded. And Ray is going second. Let's see what this branded player can do going first. Last time we saw them sanctify a pass to a maxi. This time it looks like no maxi. And we have Cartesia plus Aloba. Right, so on its own, this should end on a fair amount. Just this combo by itself. Normally I like to end on a Mirror Jade plus Lubellion with Branded Lost. A set with Albion. This player likes Branded King, so let's say it's Branded King. And then we also have Quen in the end phase. And a Albaz in the graveyard. That's the way I like to play this. We have Branconol as well. Let's see what they choose to do. They might have more extenders as well. Never mind, Branded Fusion is being ashed. And it resolves. So from this position you still use the Cartesia. Doesn't look like we have anything in hand that can help. Sending Titanic Lad. Thrust helps. We know this player plays dupe. We saw it last game. So... Sending dupe. Yeah, they said dupe. Is it right to send Titanic Lad? I think it is. Correct. So... You can say it's a little bit redundant to send Titanic Lad because this summoning a Quen, you already have access to Quen when they trigger the Grand Guinel. But that relies on your opponent a little bit more. It's a little bit more reliable to have the Quen immediately. And you can trigger it whenever you want with the Fusion Dupe. So normally what would happen in this situation is when your opponent summons something that you want to fuse with, you flip the dupe, send Albaz and something else to make a monster, and then you also trigger the Quen to revive one of the Albaz, right? Because you can have two, because you can send one with the Quen, and then the other one can be used as fusion material. So that's normally what we're looking to do from this position. But you could argue that because you have Quen anyway, we should send Albion and then set Branded in red to be able to target this Alba for a Chimera. We know we're going to have free materials because we have the Alba, the Cartesia comes back, and then there's going to be something on the board when we fusion dupe. Right, the Quen if we do this first. And we have one more set. Okay. Quen should send Albaz. No, it choosing to send High Spirits. Why did we choose to send High Spirits? Do we not want Albaz? Now we don't have the option of reviving Albaz at Quen. We get two discards, so maybe the set ends Super Poly, but you only really need one discard if you're not going for Albaz. Fusion Dupe doesn't require a discard. So if you do have a Super Poly, it's not like you need a second discard. I guess it could be that they still want to go for the Albaz fuse, right? So they could go something like Fusion Dupe for Albion, but then not try to banish an Albaz, just try to banish this and this. Or like a Dragos to Pelia. But we'll have to see what this branded player chooses to do. Starting off with Nightmare Being. Okay, we're fusing now because... Why are we fusing now? There's nothing from the extra deck. It's kind of too late to play around like the Frame 1 Phantom. If we were playing around a Frame 1 Phantom, wouldn't we have already duped? I see what they choose to go for. They're fusing away the Grand Guinel for, I guess Mirror Jade? So this is one way to do it, I see. By going like this, you're getting Albaz to stay in the graveyard, you're still getting to Mary Jade, and you can revive it with Gwen. The difference is you have a second discard, but it's just not as strong for no reason. You could have also had an Albion on the field. The only reason this makes more sense is if this is specifically a trap that requires a discard or a spell, so something like Super Poly, because we need one for Albaz and then one for the Super Poly. So if this is Super Poly, then Attic Display is perfect, but otherwise we missed on a free Albion. Yeah, we're making Mary Jade. Defense position because we're against you, Belle. Now we revive. Okay, we're reviving now, of course. So we just thought we needed 2 discards because we wanted to fuse into Lubellion, which requires another discard. That's what we thought, but isn't that kind of a lame use of resources? So why not fuse into Mirror Jade when they go for the extra deck, and then use the Fusion Duke to summon something else, like an Albion into another monster, another disruption. Now I don't think it is Super Poly because I think we just wanted 2 discards for this Albaz. It doesn't matter in the end though because they have Cold Bite, which is the best board breaker against Branded. We're gonna chain send the Renbone so that we can revive it. That's pretty smart. And we have a second Cold Bite. Wow. Ray, don't do this against me. Don't do this. Wow. So they're choosing to banish the Renbone because the Albaz is already getting banished. But now the problem is, okay, I was gonna say the problem is Yubel doesn't have that much play, but we do have a Grey Skirmer which should go decently far. Let's see what this last set is. I don't think it's Super Poly because we were clearly ready to discard both of these for the Albaz into Lubellion. It could be a Branded King, it could be a bluff. You don't normally set bluffs in Branded though. Could be droplets? Yeah, it's droplets. Sending the high spirits. This should be pretty good. This should win. Because summoning Phantom isn't enough. I guess you have quite a bit more than just Phantom. You still have the Grey Squirmer. This probably only summons Quiritus. Yeah. Here it is. And now we're going Anguish. We're making Phantom, so if you use Anguish to target Quiritus and link with it, it won't trigger because it's not sent to the graveyard by a card effect, it's just like sent as link material. It's the way these cards work. But they do choose to target the Mary Jade, which will trigger, because this doesn't need to be sent by a card effect. And we're choosing to banish the High Spirits. How relevant is that? I feel like this is misplayed by Grey, because you can chain block this Mirror Jade with the Alaba. I assume they're gonna do that. Wait. No, you can't, because this does require them to leave by a card effect. Yeah, okay, so they can't chain block it, but can negate the Mirror Jade. We'll have to see. The High Spirits is getting banished. The High Spirits wasn't much follow-up anyway. And by this something, we probably tried to end the main phase, which is why we used Quiritus. Now we have Sprite Elf to revive SP. Are we gonna go Gigantic Sprite? Or didn't we play that? No. We're attacking. Okay, so now Branded is on no follow-up that we know of. The Branded fusion is banished. Albaz is cold-eyed. And the Mare Jade is not destroying any endings. So the best kind of draw here would be like... I don't know what the best draw would be. Like, grass, honestly. You can't draw Kit because Kit gets negated by Phantom. This is kind of rough. Yeah, we used Caritas just to see if it would bait the Phantom, but obviously not. Yama triggering even when special summoned with Elf. Right, and we can now link it away. We're gonna see that it doesn't trigger. And access card will be just short of lethal. But we can make a link too, right? Yeah, or we can just use the Gamma. That's also fine. Unfortunate for Branded, the double caught by was crazy. Okay, we have Seanma versus Jesse. Jesse yet to change from the 60 card tier deck. Let's see how this game goes. Starting with Ulcanix. I've not seen a hand shot from Jesse. Maybe he's playing Maxi, but that might be the only entry. You have Ponix, Poplar. Okay, so this could be kind of good. We could eventually at some point. We could eventually revive the Poplar with the Princess to access the Snake Eye cards. But the fact that we put it in the back row means that that's not possible anymore. So either that was a misplay, or we just have OSS or Diabell Star anyway. Let's speed up the Snake Eye combo. We're sending Kieran, not Alvato. Adding back the Kieran. Yeah, we have OSS, that's why we used the Poplar. Playing Heat Soul, nice. I was gonna say you could have passed that, but they choose to make Appaloosa instead. The IP Masquerena is accessible through the Embla Whale. Okay, so Jesse starts off with King Sarcophagus, which is such a threatening card. Honestly, I think you have to try and destroy that immediately. You don't even want to let them discard, it would be a misplay to let them discard, I think. So that's how we're going for Kieran, trying to pop that King Sarc. So there was two ways to go about this. You could have tried to destroy it with the Garunix, sending Kieran, or you could try to banish it with IP. I think it's better to use Garunix, because if you left the Garunix in the graveyard and then use IP, you would have to link away your fire, so you had to use Garunix first. You get Skybound. Jesse activates another one. I think you have to banish this with SB. I think you have to respect what this card can do. The annoying part about banishing this with SP is that they've not committed any normal summon, any effect. So if they have a good hand after this, they can really break the board. The Galink away the Ponix, most likely. Yes. So now you still have the rank 8 available with the Sanctuary. And then Jesse has Foolish Burial Goods. I swear he's used this card every game. It is limited to 1. And we send Rainbow Bridge. No, we send Trivi-Karma. What's the reason for this over Rainbow Bridge? Were we not searching Color Rhino? We are still searching Color Rhino. Do we have the Crystal Beast in the hand? Or maybe the Rainbow Bridge in hand? Okay, so we just attack over Appaloosa and go main phase 2? No effect? What's the reason for that? Is this all we can do, or do we have a plan? We have Sharon, of course. Chaining SP, this is attempting to annul some fusion material. Is this necessary? I guess it is, right? Because let's say the Sharon activates and discards a monster. You mill nothing, no triggers. You can then make it an Exceed. But that would just be Redoer, and you can beat Redoer with SP, so maybe this wasn't necessary to use SP. Yeah, we do have the Tortoise in hand, that's why. And Jesse has no play. They nub nothing. So this should be pretty good for Fire King. I'm gonna be able to draw a card with that Phoenix. It's Meta Noise if they popped. And now this should just be trivial OTK. If they destroy the Sharon, it will trigger. So they have to do something different. Yeah, they just go battle phase like this. Yeah, well played by Fire King. Okay, we have Branded going first versus Ryan. This player has won every coin flip so far this match, which is something you like to see with Branded. We're starting with Shrouded, and we're sending Retribution. Sending Retribution probably means you have a plan. If you bricked and you don't have a play, sending Elbaz is usually better, because there's smaller top decks that work with it. But I am wrong. They do not have a plan. They bricked. Shouldn't you have sent Elbaz then? I know we don't know the hand at all, but if you don't have a play, sending Elbaz is better, right? Because Branded in white works better with that if you draw it. Cartesia, what's better if you draw it? Branded in red, what's better if you draw it? It might have been a mistake. Let's see what we have. We know we don't have fusion duplication, unless we did draw it directly with the Shrouded. And so, yeah, because if we had it beforehand, we would send the Branded Fusion. You could honestly send Branded Fusion anyway, just in case you draw a do, but I think you're supposed to send Albaz, because that's what most top decks work with. We have Droplets, we're just going to send another Shrouded. We're going to hope that this is the only play Ryan has. We sent a monster, so even if there's a Kieran, we couldn't have chained. And we have Bonfire. So this is looking good for Ryan. We have Maxi apparently, but if I'm honest, I think you can just play into this. Right, if you have an out, you use the out, but if you have no out, I think you don't stop. I think you just OTK Branded, because you know they're not likely to be on many hand traps. You've already seen Maxi and Droplet from them. What are the chances they play like more hand traps? It does resolve. They have Bestials, but Bestials don't do anything against the Zelantis, as you can. Although, without any monsters on the field, there's no reason to go for the Zelentis because the princess can't trigger. So if you save your Bestials until the battle phase, you could maybe survive. I'm not sure how many Bestials they play. If it's just Sarania, there's a realistic chance that they just never draw it. And looks like Ryan knows this, he's just going for lethal. The early Dark might have been a bait on a Bestial, because if the branded player wanted to stop the Dark by banishing the target, then there would be a monster on the board which would make lethal a lot easier, actually, because then they could go for the princess, they could go for the Zelentis Lang, and then if there is any other Bestials, they don't work in the battle phase, right? Because you have Zelentis. Okay, so we summoned Arbata from the hand, surprise monster negate, and if this last card in hand is not a fire, and you have to use this, it's no longer lethal. What are we using this talents for? Looking at the hand? This resolving? Yeah, there's no Bestials. We get a bit of an insight into their deck. We see that they're playing Allah and evenly matched. So this is a board breaker strategy, not really a hand trap strategy. Maybe that was known information. That might have been known, which is why Ryan felt comfortable going into this. But even without knowing that, you can comfortably try to OTK branded in Snake Eye. I don't play a lot of hand traps. Doesn't matter what we put back, it's just lethal. Unfortunate break from branded. Okay, we have Ray going first with 2 sets and a pass. Okay. Not the strongest start in Yubel. Shanma has trended to their second deck. Let's see what they're playing. Is this stun? Yeah, this is the stun. Oh my god. Is this... This is not runic. Right, this is pure stun? This is some kind of fossil diner stun? I'm thinking Storming Miracles. What the heck? We're adding the Inspected Order. We have Desires. Normal, Fossil Dine, and Attack. Okay, this is Yubel. This is kind of just enough by itself, right? One of those sets could be inbound. Does not like it though. Just set a monster and pass. That's probably max C. Normal Savannah Barrier statue. Okay, it's Grave Squammer. Wow. We're just stunned. We bricked, but we're also stunned. Crazy. I'm gonna pop new bow, but that doesn't trigger. We can't summon. We're just searching for a blocker. Is one of these sets not impound? Now we have 3, it's just too many. You can never stop this many now. Outside of like a droplet. We're getting another blocker, but we can't use that. We can't special summon that. It's just attack per game? Yeah. Well, stun apparently is an effective strategy. So the last game in this match is Jesse going first with normal summon Snow and activate Max C. Huh? What? Oh, that explains it. Okay. This is such a strange play. I thought for a second Jesse might have been trolling. Like maybe, you know, I already win. But It makes sense. If your opponent is gonna special summon anything like a Bestial, you might as well draw from it. You're gonna banish the Maxi anyway. Putting it in the graveyard is also an extra mill, or an extra card for Snow. So this does make sense. Oh, we Ash left on. That's huge. Yeah, you could not have a worse position for Jesse now. Yeah, Nightmare Throne. I think I'd be gone if I was Jesse, but I don't think they're allowed to surrender. So let's speed this one up. Unfortunate, getting your left arm ashed. The hand for Jesse was also really bad. Another left arm, and a dual motif, a Snow and a Maxi going first. Really rough, really rough. I wonder if it was even worth normal summoning the Snow, or whether you just try to save your normal summon for later. Maybe? Meanwhile, we have the Little Lion. Unfortunate last game there. Okay, next match we have a 51 card deck, so 56 card total, going second against Knackwall. I believe this is branded, and I forgot when Knackwall was playing. I believe we saw super heavy cards from this player, and the sign confusing them with someone else. Yeah, we did. And yet again, they opened a strange hand where they don't use Wakaushi because they drew the banking. So they clearly only play one. This is the Centaurion Bestial deck. The Centaurion super heavy deck, I mean. And they drew their brick again, which is unfortunate. Adding the Soul Piercer. This should still do, like, a little bit, I think. And with the Soul Piercer, so you can revive. You can activate the bike. You can get Soul Peacemaker. Peacemaker can tribute the Crow. You can summon a second Wakaushi. You can still make a Baron. But is Baron enough by itself? Probably not. We need to see like a Centaurion play after that, or at least the Panchaps. Especially versus Branded, which is definitely going to enjoy facing just a Baron. We just got Maxi, which might be our only discard. The awesome spells in this deck and traps. But it could be that we have another one. Also could be that those are our extenders. Maybe it's, honestly, maybe it's like Ash, which is probably an even better card than Maxi when you know you're playing against Branded. We're adding Scales. Okay, so we actually do play Scales. So now we can actually Pendulum Summon. So we can pay a little bit more. Right, okay. So now we get Baron plus 3 bodies. What can we do with those 3 bodies? One thing you can do... Okay, they're Pendulum Summoning a Boljake as well. That's another Synchro 10 if they want. And we already have Baron though, so I'm not sure you want to use this for a Synchro 10. It's not really a good one. Especially not versus Branded. Let's see what they do. I'm not sure what is in our extra deck. This is a Synchro. Okay, they're playing Tilting Entrainment. I see. So this is a pretty interesting card. Has a lot of synergy with the Centaurion stuff because you can special summon back the Wakashi. And that can then make a Synchro 12. And I believe the Centaurion Synchros are generic. Maybe one of them is. But we're not going to do that. We're making a Synchro 10. We're making Dispatcher, which is okay. There's no banished cards at the moment. Then we use Synchro Rumble. Okay. Now we're gonna make a Synchro 12. Go for Auxilla. It's gonna add the field spell. Is the field spell the best card to add? What about adding the trap card? The Phalanx? Would it be Search Hole with... We added another bike, right? So the last card in hand is bike. I believe. Why not get the trap card? You want the trap because there's probably no cards banished. Do you want to use the trap as a disruption and then you even have a negate with this pattern? Wouldn't that be better? Especially because if you return the card banished, then it doesn't get summoned again, which is pretty effective. So currently, the way this board is set up, it loses to like activate a Branded Lost and then normal summon Albert. You can't negate. If you negate the Branded Lost, then you don't have a negate to Albert because there's no banish cards. But if you had the trap card, then you'd have an out to that. I guess we are gonna get Trudea, which we're gonna summon right away. And now we have Primera. Yeah, okay, so we can actually keep going. And now we get the trap. Yeah, okay, so... Oh wow, we're on Omega as well. This is actually a crazy deck. So we're gonna have the trap card. Auxilla's gonna replace the Primera. And that's a Synchro anyway. Yeah, wow, this is a crazy turn one actually. To say we started with Activate Benkei, it looks pretty good. Banish Retribution and is a brick from the hand, but taking any cards away from Branded is pretty good. Now we have a second Omega. That's another break, and it will actually trigger. We might as well negate that, because there's two banish cards. Yeah, pretty good. Now we set the trap. Rescale the Primera. Looks pretty strong. Pretty strong board. And the way Albaz might beat this, the way Branded might beat this is with Albaz and Super Pollen. But other than that, it's gonna be hard to play through the Baron, the Displatter, the Trap card, and then a Legacia or a Crimson Dragon for a Quasar. That's pretty rough. Send the second Retribution. Activate Lebellion. I think this is all fine. If they search Jerusalem, you might have to negate that. Sending the Courier. Trying to search. Yeah, I like this. I think negating, and in this position, you know your lose condition is super poly, so you're trying to just negate any card that gets to Albaz. One thing that I am noticing though is that if they had Super Poly, you can turn these into Furious Dragon anyway, which would be pretty strong. It might not be as good as Albaz because then you still need a way to out the Trap, the Baron, and the Primera, the field spell, so it's possible to have Super Poly still. I don't think you can conclude that they don't have it, because they could be trying to get to Albaz, which I think it's fair to negate every card that can search Albaz. Activate Thrust, I think. Do you Baron negate Thrust? Or do you negate the card that it searches? It's a tough question. I think it's probably better to negate a Thrust just because there is a Retribution. So if they search for Branded Fusion and then you negated it, they can add it back and use it again. So negating Thrust is better here. Now they're gonna use this. Is that because Branded tried to end the main phase? It could be. It could be trying to go battle phase, or they could just be out of players. So search for a second field spell. And to be safe, we're probably gonna make Crimson Dragon and then get another negate for a potential evenly match. And we just pass. Okay, no evenly matched. And this is lethal, of course. Very strong showing. Very strong showing. Wow, we're playing multiple Mercuria. Right? Are we playing multiple Mercuria? I know we put it back in the deck with this matchup, but didn't we draw first? I think we drew first. So this is a second Mercuria. Interesting. Choosing to play two. I don't know why they're not just going battle phase. There's really nothing to play around. Yeah, very strong turn one. There is a Bestial, but we can just negate that. Good combo by Naqual. So, Suida is going first here. They have 53 cards? No. 53 cards, yeah, in the deck. Is this branded? I can't quite remember. I know I've seen all the players at this point, but it is hard to remember what decks they play. It is branded. We're gonna choose to bail that. I think that's reasonable. And yeah, it's reasonable to bail it out of that. If they have a Bestial, we can extend it to Vertex. If we have Fusion, okay, so they chose not to activate deployment first in order to play around a Bailer on the Alloa. I'm not going to call this a misplay because there are reasons why you wouldn't do this. You could be playing better around Maxi. If you go Fusion deployment first and then Jin Maxi, it's a lot worse than if you just activate the Alloa, activate the Branded Fusion, then may use the Maxi, then you know that you can just summon Sanctifier and pass, whereas in the other version you have to give them 2 draws to still summon Sanctifier. But in general, activating deployment first does play around Vela, and you didn't know they had Maxi. Another reason why you might normal summon Alloba first is because you already have Branded Fusion. So you already have a way to get to Branded Fusion. Let's say you have Sarania or Shrouded Dragon in the hand, and that this is actually just bait. That could be the reason. We have Maxi. And he's resolving, so this is awkward for Branded. I'm gonna activate Thoris. That's gonna set Dupe. And we're probably gonna pass on this. Okay, so we can dupe a deployment, but we can also activate Cartesia, fuse with the Alloba, make Grand Guinal, send Sarania, which can then send Branded Fusion, and we can dupe the Branded Fusion. Which, depending on what goes on over here on this side, could be enough to survive, but we'll have to see. It's not that much. Voiceless Whisk. Okay, so this is the kind of deck that you're actually happy to see in this situation. Because you're not likely to get OTK'd, so you can just kind of play for follow-up. And the Fusion Duplication play probably is pretty strong. It is kind of awkward for this deck to deal with the branded cards. So I think I'd like to be branded right now, and I don't even know what cards they have in the hand. We're chaining Cartesian now. We're chaining Cartesian now because a freeze summoned Skull Guardian Batshibitting low. Then on the next chain we're gonna try to be summoning low, which means if we were late on activating Cartesia in response to the low trigger in the graveyard, then they could actually negate the Grand Guinal, which they probably would negate it. It's going to be low Chainlink 1, Grand Guinal Chainlink 2, and then you can use the Skull Guardian to negate it. that's probably what they're playing around. Right? It is obviously better to just negate the duplication, because there's already a second target. We're not attributing low though. Okay. So one option is actually to just dupe the deployment and send something else here. It's weaker, but against this deck, follow-up is better, right? Because you're not gonna die. And if you banish your branded fusion, that could be like arbitrarily bad for no reason. So like if you can play by banishing the deployment and then sending something else to get follow-up, maybe like a Albion to search branded fusion. The problem is that if they play through your stuff without using the negate, they can negate an end phase Albion for free in this deck. So I don't think you actually want to do that. I think you probably do send the Serenue. Okay, they're gonna use both effects. And we're gonna Ash the second effect. Okay. Right. So with the Quen, you couldn't send the Brand of Fusion. So the Grand Gno effect doesn't have to send Serenue. I missed that we could activate both effects for some reason. I forgot that this obviously triggers a Grand Gno. So now that this is getting ashed, we're probably duty to send the Serenue anyway. But I can see you just choosing to send an extra deck monster. No, they go for the Serenue. Okay. We search low. Now I think you flip dupe as soon as possible. Yeah, see that they can't negate it. Ascending Tragedy, which makes some sense. This is just getting as much follow-up as possible. Discarding Albaz. Okay, discarding Albaz is strong, because that means we could send Renbrum with this Mirror Jade to then Fierce. We're already forcing the negate with the Mirror Jade. If they let it go through, we can banish the low. So this brings out the trap, and they try to go battle phase. Yeah, what you can do here is activate Mirror Jade when they try to attack. If the low gets banished, this lowers its attack, so it will just crash and die into the Mirror Jade, which would be... it would win the game for Branded, I think. So you have to negate the banish, but then the Mirror Jade gets destroyed. It will trigger, light these in the end phase. This will replace itself because of the spell, but the low will not. And then you can use the Renbrum to revive the Albaz to fuse away the second Skull Guardian for Albion, which would win the game to Branded. That would be way too much tempo. We are going to send the Renbrum, and we are going to banish the low. Interesting that we chose to just do it immediately. Yeah, that's pretty smart. So if the Voiceless Voice Play declared an attack, they could choose to... wait. Okay, so they've not negated. They didn't negate. I was gonna say that they could choose to not use this when this crashes, but this doesn't trigger when it crashes anyway. This has to be a card effect. I'm surprised they didn't negate. I'm a little confused by this. Were you supposed to banish immediately, or were you supposed to wait for an attack? I'm not sure. Because now you can negate the Renbrum. No, you can't negate the Renbrum, and... okay, ignore me. I've lost my mind. We're gonna summon a second low. Now we can negate the Renbrum. Wait, yeah, we can negate the Renbrum. So we were supposed to do this in the end of the battle phase. This is only a main phase effect. End of the battle phase, you activate Renbrum, summon Albaz, fuse this away. that would have won the game, right? But instead, now we have a negate back online. Probably in a negate Rinbrum if they try to use it. Yeah, we're not getting negate cut easier because we have to save it for the Rinbrum. And I don't waste it because the negate is free. I think this was slightly misplayed by Superduck. I got confused when they didn't declare an attack. But either way, you're supposed to use this in the battle phase. Otherwise they get the second blow. So, slight mistake, but I think Branded is in a good position here. This is just 2 disruptions. The Mirror Jade has been used, but we had a lot. So the Branded lost is going to make it so that we can't negate any fusion summons. Draw is slightly good and negates the Branded lost search, but it's not that important. Oh, we have Vela. That's kind of good, so we actually had 2 handships on top of this. This might be enough to win? This might be enough. And the possibility was using this to destroy Cartesia, because we don't know any of the cards in hand, right? And I'm pretty sure that would be a good thing to do, right? Because if you had to fuse with the Aliber into a Quiritis, that would be really bad for Branded. You can't even search at Branded Lost. And if it isn't Alibis in hand though, then it could be fine still into the Go Rebellion. I think popping this is fine, but I guess using Vela is also fine, because you can pop this on your next turn. Right. I'm not sure. I think popping it was fine, and then Vela a play if they have it. I don't hate this way around. But yeah, forcing them to fuse into Crisis could have been pretty good. Are we set and passed? Okay, so now the Mirror Jade is live again. We're gonna activate it right away in the standby phase. Why did we do that? Because we have Branded King, and we want to negate all of these effects. Right. So now we negate all the continuous spells. That's really good. The Loga's vanished. We have a second one though. But Rinbrum is gonna check this. Right, we're just gonna fuse away a low into a second, into an Albion. And now it's just over. The Branded King was a really good draw. We can pop. Okay, we can't pop the Blessing anymore because Typhon is at the board. I think you could have done that immediately just to play around Typhon. But it's still completely winning for Branded. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. You can activate this, but I don't think this gets you very far. Yeah, you can't fuse. Oh, you can't Ritual Summon. No, we get Quen, we get High Spirits back to hand, we get Cartesia back to hand. And this is just pretty easy to clean up. Co-branded. Like to be grass, okay. We can see some of the deck. They're playing Harpies. They're playing multiple Keeper. Dark Cooler and evenly matched. Summoning Serrathus, but this doesn't do anything. I get a Ritual Summon? I guess that is something? But it just does nothing in the face of this many monsters. I guess? Yeah, okay, so you can check the attack board here with with Quiritis, and you can't do anything about this with the negate. You can't negate Cartesia. If you use this on the resolution, so chain it 1 Branded Lust, chain it 2 Quiritis, then they can't negate it either, and it's just lethal. They're gonna revive, they're gonna search, and they're gonna activate. Yeah, this is good. Now we have Muck. Well, attack into the indestructible ritual monster 3 times. That was well played, that was a good game. Okay, Stellar is going first here with the 41 card Snake Eye deck. Informing Papua makes sense. Let's see, do we have any extension? Probably not, right? The only extension you could have is like Diabell Stem. You wouldn't start with Papua if you had any other way to play. We also start with Parklat, we don't get Impon. Okay. Do we have Ash? Do we have Mike C? If this is an Impom, is it likely to be Cold by degree? They do have Ash. Let's see, do they have a Cold by? No Cold by. That probably is also their only extender, right? Yeah, they can have Diabell Star, but the OSS already happened, so this doesn't get you anywhere. Control 1? We noticeably left our Poplat on the field, by the way, so that it wasn't able to be stolen with a Hito. We put an Ash in the graveyard anyway, so technically the Diabell stat does lead to extension with Hito. But we have a Karen, and now we have Maxi. Interesting. We didn't want to Maxi immediately on the resolution of Wanted. Yeah, because they're looking to set, so they're not going to activate the Diabell Star until they shuffle back the OSS. But then, do we not want to use it right away? We're trying to draw a card for sure, so we don't want to risk our opponent giving us no draws because they need to draw another play. That's probably the explanation. Okay, we get one more draw just to make SP. I'm gonna banish this background. Oh, we have Gamma. There's no other monster to dodge. Okay, so if SP dies, we destroy it with Gamma. That's really big. Grid is in trouble, I think. Only saving grace is if there's no guarantee that Stella has a starter. But they have a starter. They found it. Scaling the Ash Blossom. Have Mike C. We waited all this time, but we have Cold by anyway. Look at the hand, see there's nothing, and now we just kill our opponent. Yeah, that was a crazy Gamma. Okay, now we have Branded going first versus Greed. Let's see what Branded can do. Activate Grass. I find it really fascinating that we're not on 60 cards, but we still want to play Grass. Grass is already, like, kind of weak in Branded. It's strong, obviously, like, still strong for one card, but compared to other grasses, it's very weak. But we still want to activate Grass, and we still want to Ash this. Yeah, okay. I guess we're very close to 60 cards. We are 56 cards. We know this is branded though, so could you not maybe have held the ash for branded fusion? We set a card and activate a lure? Okay. So we're blinding? Is that what's going on? Or is it pretending to be blinding? Banish Albaz, Serpent Pass. Yeah, I mean... people think Allure is a good card, but it does more to hurt you than help you, sometimes. We drew a Branded in High Spirits. And Albaz would have been nice to keep. But they bricked, so let's see what they have. There's no target for fusion duplication. Oh, we have Tia from Greed. Was Greed playing Tia before? Have we sung Tia from Greed? I'm not sure. We have Maxi. And it resolves. Okay. This Scottish Shuffler is very good against Branded. Do you just try to kill? I'm not sure if you try to kill versus 2 back row, you could get punished, right? If there's a super poly just to prevent lethal, or droplets to prevent lethal. But at the same time, if you don't try to push, what do? Activating King's Echo, because well, that can be a good way of pushing for lethal without playing into super poly. We're gonna go Synchro, we're gonna go Destrudo for a Synchro, and then we're gonna Synchro with an 8. This is gonna be Psychic and Punisher. Yeah, okay. It works so well with Destrudo. Oh, we even have Rhino Hut. Yeah, we're going all in. We have High Spirits. We really did draw High Spirits. You see? Allure is not a good card. I understand that this is just a one fail case, but this happens a lot. This happens a lot. This is why I don't like this card. We're using the High Spirits now. This isn't gonna help. Putting Granguinol in the graveyard does give you a potential play, I guess. It's actually something. Now you can summon Quen, providing you didn't draw your Quen. Or your multiple Quen if you're playing multiple. And you could also go Quiritis because it reduces attack, so you think that it's going to keep you alive. And which do I like better? I guess you have to go Quiritis because there's a Shuffler, so you can't go Quen. Quen wouldn't do anything. And you change Droplet? Oh my god. We changed Droplet and we sent Jalgin, Merc, High Spirits, and Sword. While we are playing a bricky Branded deck, that's for sure. And the worst of playing Jalgin is our luck. Fascinating. And we're getting every card here because we just don't want to die to battle damage. And the Psychic and Punisher though is unaffected. And it's still gonna be lethal, right? Basically all they have to do is... Why would you activate this? Okay, now I see. So you can't use Psychic and Punisher to banish this card because then it triggers to summon Albaz, and that will freeze away the Koship. So you're trying to put a negate for the Quiritis up first, then you're gonna banish it, and then you're gonna attack for lethal. I see. So this probably knows and then makes Appaloosa. I'm gonna revive first. We can make Baron, actually. That's probably even better. Did we already have that Ash Blossom or did we just mill it? No, we already had that Ash. So they knew they were going for this line. Yeah, and there's nothing you can already have in hand now. Did they try to end the main phase? I think they did. I think they tried to end the main phase because this is legal. Right? The Psychic Punisher goes up to 75. And then the kit attacks for lethal, this attacks over the Coritis. So that's why they had to use the effect. Now we keep playing with some snow. This has to be face up. So now we could just banish it and it won't even trigger. You get to keep the Baron negate. And this is lethal. Wow. Branded bricking. We've seen that a few times. Unfortunate. So we have Branded going first again, by the looks of it. No, they've changed to their second deck, which is Duel. Okay. Started with pure erase map. Multiple players you've seen playing this. I think it makes sense to play at least one, just because the consistency of your bow, the number of your one-cut starters without it is... it's just shy of, like, good. So I think it's good to play a couple of these. Probably just one in most lists. That's normally what we see. Is any hand traps from Stella? Even though this is the hand trap deck, presumably this is the Fire King deck. So we're just gonna speed up this combo. They make Elf, so they're going for an Ibli. Yeah, they even have an Ibli in the hand. When are we planning on reviving this Ibli? Now. Okay, so this makes Masquerena? Yeah, this is a strong board. So, if we're on Fire King, we can pop this with Island. The problem is, Masquerena can make SB, which can banish Island, even if you have Sanctuary. If you don't have Sanctuary, you can just destroy it with the trap as well. And yeah, this is a big board. And Stella just passes, they can't do anything. Yeah, and apparently they don't have any hand traps, so this is gonna be pretty straightforward by the looks of it. They did choose to activate the Masquerena though, at the end of the main phase, which to me feels like a mistake. Because now you're playing into Talons. Shouldn't you not do that? Because you definitely win next turn even without activating the Masquerena. So why play into Talons? Do we know for sure that they're not playing it? Wait, no, I'm wrong. They didn't activate the Masquerena. Why? They went to that on main phase. Yeah, so they played it. They played it how I wanted them to. This is lethal. Yep, I mean, what are you gonna do? That's the Ibli luck. It wins. So we have Voiceless Voice going first against Knuckle. Is Knuckle still playing the super heavy deck? Let's see. So starting off pretty basic. We have a choice one. That's pretty good. So I think this is the Centurion deck. We've seen Bestials in this deck. So this is the super heavy Centurion. And the Bestial on low here is kind of... it's kind of weak, to be honest, because this can just grab another low, which you can normal summon, and then bring out the barrier anyway. So this is kind of a weak Juris one, but at the same time, when else would you use this Juris one? Maybe keep it as a discard? The second effect is not going to come up because we're going to have barrier. We're not going to get a second low though. Do we have one in hand anyway? No, we have Divino, which is the same thing. We send Trias so that we can get to the low. And wow, we have another hand shot. And this can be ghost spelled. Yeah, okay, so this can add from the graveyard, so you can ghost spell this. And is that really very good? Though, I mean, you're not gonna ghost spell anything else, but we're still playing here. We've played through both of these hand traps because we can activate the Trias, tribute the Divino, and then we get low, and then we get Barrier anyway. So I think we're playing through both of these. I'm searching for the trap. That makes sense. We just have 2 pieces of disruption minimum now, and we have Maxi. We're gonna chain Boldrake. Ash is the only out in this deck, I imagine, because we're playing super heavy. So that's rough. It's looking rough for the super heavy deck. We do have a super heavy starter, but we are into Maxi. With a Trudare, and we infirm this. Does this track? Do we really want to infirm this? I guess so, because if they get to the field spell. The problem is that the field spell discards a card in order to make a play, and the super heavy cards also need a discard. Right, so we don't really have a way to do Bell. But even without a field spell, Primera is pretty good because you can fuse into a Baron. You can synchro into a Baron. So that's why we want to get rid of this. Makes sense. This is the correct info. And putting it in the scale too, when we know that we're playing against super heavy. That's really impactful. And we're choosing to destroy this anyway, even though the Bankei would be negated because it would be a level 4 tuner to let us make Baron. Now we make Chaos Angel, but we can only target the barrier. And it's not made with any lights, so we can just negate it. We set wanted pass. Best case scenario, the set is Phalanx, right? That's really the only set in this deck. Pretty sure it's probably the only settable spell and trap. It's not the field spell. You can't target any of the monsters, so this is just rough. Super heavy. Summon in the Skull Guardian. Yeah, it is the Phalanx. We try to protect it, but that's not really going to make a difference because it's lethal damage. Yeah, good game. They had a really strong start playing with 2 hand traps. So now we have the Voiceless Voice play going first again. No, they've changed their mind. They're now playing tier. Grade might also be playing tier, so this could be a tier mirror match. But our turn 1 play is normal summon Medora, so that's not good. We are playing tier. Choose to F this. I think that's reasonable. It's not guaranteed to be the army play. Yeah, they have Pillar Rhino. Okay. And they also have Scream. Come on, tier players. Draw different cards, please. So they know. So that's not actually gonna stop the Shuffler. It's in a drawer card. But the Shuffler is still gonna be enough. So they need an extra play to push. I'm gonna pop this Scream. That's interesting. Is that worth it? To get Crying? If we're passing on this, it could be worth it. Especially if we're discarding a tier name that's gonna be able to activate. Then that's definitely worth it. We attack first to play her out evenly matched, I guess. Oh, we have another screen. That makes sense. It all worked out perfectly. We have another screen. I think even without the second screen, this play made sense. Because if you discard anything that triggers, you know this play has mostly bricked. So you can just negate any starter and you're probably fine. Yeah, this is definitely their top deck and you can just crime this pretty safely. One thing you could watch out for is like a talent or a thrust. But that's fine, they don't discard anything with a trigger, they just put Destrudo in the grave. So this player passes, of course, and now we keep playing. Still didn't know anything. Now this could be a bit scary. We're also probably sitting on some cards that aren't so good. That's a good draw. Venry is a good draw. You can get tier cash. Presumably at least one of these cards is like a brick tier card. Like, maybe it's a Grief without any other target, and be it Celiac, Crime. But we're gonna mill, see what we know. Still no triggers, but we do have a Snow. The start of the battle phase we're gonna use Cell, but this doesn't actually stop the trigger. Is there a reason why we didn't try to search with Venria? Do we already have the tier catch? It must do, right? Because they didn't use this until the battle phase. They didn't use the Snow until the battle phase. So they gave us a chance to search. Set one and pass. Whoa, we're playing Azalea? Why are we playing this? Is this good in tier? How do you have room for a card like this? Well, it destroys Fenrir. Okay. And there's the tier cash that we presumably had. And yeah, I expected a Maxi from Greed. They also had not a lot of live cards in the hand. So... do you push into this? Greed is only on 4,000. So I feel like you can pretty comfortably play into it. If they want to Snow, they have to banish 3 cards from their hand or field, which is a lot. You really only need to hit like 1 play in order to push for lethal. Oh, we have Havness. Okay. Let's see what this hits. We hit Tribicama, but still no triggers. And we have no card for Rhino Hot. So it's just draw 1. That's unfortunate. Both tier players getting kind of unlucky here. This is what happens when you no roll. We got 3 monos. Do we have a trigger for this Rhino Hot? Yes, we do. Okay, so we can finally start playing. But also drawing for Maxi, which is pretty cool. And yeah, this was Celiac. One of the cards we Brit on was Celiac. So we negate this. They add a trap. But what play do we have? We can mill 2. And we still don't mill a play? Matanois can actually add like the Rhino Hot. But apparently we don't want to do that. We want to just not play into Maxi, I guess. We want to do this on the opponent's turn. Is that better than adding Rhino Hot and then trying to normal summon? I guess so, because there's a lot more cards in the graveyard now, so the Snoke is live. You would just be playing into Maxi, you're definitely not gonna kill them. So I think this is correct. Yeah, I like this more, to add back a tier cash and just play on the opponent's turn, cassette the Crying. Oh, never mind, we just have a random pot anyway. Even without this, I don't think you play it. I think you are supposed to do what they did, just add the tier cache. But we have the Rhino Heart anyway, and we're choosing to play into it. Into the maxi. How good is this? So they can flip the kit colors down to prevent a lot of mills. They're also going to ash the effect. This is probably trying to search for screen. We already have crime, we just want to get some more value set up. They're milling with screen, we want to also mill with screen. I wonder if... Yeah, okay, well, I'm using snow now. Do we need to do that? Yes, because the second effect can be used. We set the crime and press, and then in the end phase we're gonna search Heartbeat. Heartbeat forces the crime, can also trade with the Celiac. Celiac can send any monster you control to the graveyard, so it can actually send the face down Kent, which would get the mills. So now do we say the Heartbeat for the Celiac? Interesting. Either way, it probably trades with the crime. I'm gonna go to Strudo again. Oh, we crime that. Why did we crime this? I guess it was threatening Psychic and Punisher. Was it threatening Psychic and Punisher? Could we have synchroed for that? Yeah, we could have, with the snow. And it could also have been Baron with the Happiness. I don't think Baron was that scary though, because I guess it was scary because they have the Heartbeat. Rather than if it was just Baron, we can target something, or we can chain Celiac, and when we negate, we can chain Crime. But because they have the Heartbeat, it does stop this player from doing anything. I guess we just have to Crime. We are just forced either way. And we don't know anything good. Now our last destruction is traded by the Celiac. I think Greed is gonna take this. We still have the tier cache. No, we discarded the tier cache. When did we discard the tier cache? Was it our only master? It must have been. And now we're just gonna keep milling. This is where we get all the good nails when we arguably don't need them anymore. Should be Kaleido. Yeah, you can put back the kit and you just attack for lethal. At any point you try to use the Celiac, you just chain the Heartbeat. Oh my god, we have Nibiru. Okay, so could we play around this? Did we nail Nibiru at any point? I guess no. This might be a one-up in the deck. Could we have played around Nibiru? We respected it by making Vote Collapse? I think you probably could, right? Because what else are you gonna lose to besides the Nibiru? It's not actually that bad. Kaleido Heart is gonna come back, Kit is gonna mill, Redo can dodge. You still had Snow when the Redo Whale detaches. So it's actually not that crazy of a Nibiru. What is crazy though is that they get to trigger the Kit, they get to mill 5. We have a Shuffler? Don't have a Shuffler. So we chain Redoer. Snow is back in the graveyard. Oh, the field does not... Right. The face down still stays. Which means we don't get to trigger the Kit. Because Nibiru only tributes face-ups. And... Greed is still in the driver's seat. We get to mill 5. Wait. Shouldn't it be... Do we know what's on the bottom of the deck? It's probably a T in name, right? I don't think we shuffled the deck. Because if we mill 5 and we hit all of our names, then the Kaleido Hut can't send anything, right? I guess it still special summons even if you can't send, so that's fine. We know both shufflers. Kaleido Hut summons. It does have a card to send. We summon, and this is lethal. Even without the snow? No, we still need the snow for it to be lethal. Wow, that was an interesting game. Kind of bike versus break. Neither player had a lot. I like that one. That was fun. Okay, so now we have what could have been the first branded mirror match, but it looks like neither player wanted to bring their branded deck to the mirror match, which honestly I'm very disappointed. This is their Duel deck, and this is clearly the other deck. I forgot what this deck was. It's Labyrinth, okay. So both of these players do have branded, and they both decided that they'd rather play their other deck against branded. If we don't play D-Barrier though, I'm not sure Labyrinth is a good choice into branded. Branded kind of beats you with like just advantage, right? Because a lot of their monsters float, they don't really get punished by Destrown, Carded, Lovely that much. And without D-Barrier, you don't have any way to deny everything. So you just kind of lose, get out-grinded, even without the Bestials, which are kind of good. So I'm not sure why we would choose to bring branded, Labyrinth into branded. And on the other side, this is the Duel deck, which we chose to play instead of branded against branded. I think this is a more reasonable decision. Find Duel is kind of good into branded, it's just a better deck overall. If you do fast, your board is probably beating branded, especially because you're playing Ibly. And if you go second, you play hand traps, and you have pretty decent time OTKing into the giant branded monsters. It's still rough if you go second, because any deck going second versus branded is gonna struggle. But this decision makes sense to me, to play Duel. And in the end, though, neither player bought branded, so let's see how this matchup works out. Oh, going for Crew Club. So we have a really strong play. We even have Lady, and we have Nadia. So this is an explosive turn 1 from Labyrinth. This is kind of as good as it gets. I'm gonna chain Big Welcome. Why do we want to troll? Was this to try and bait Ash Boast? I'm not sure what the point of chaining is. Now we're gonna chain the Lady, we're gonna set a trap. Karma Cannon. That's pretty good against Duel, I think. You can hold it for quite a while if they don't force it. Summon the Lady, we pop a card in hand. The thing about Duel is that there's a lot of cards that you could pop here that don't help. So if you pop if you pop like a Spirit of Duel, then it triggers. I'm just thinking about the chain links here. They chose to draw after they pop. I think you should draw first. A turn 1 draw, turn 2 pop, because then if you hit Duel, you will miss the timing to trigger. Because that would actually be horrifying, right? If you had the potential to outplay this by making it miss the timing, and then you hit Duel, and they summoned Terror Incarnate for free, doesn't it destroying the entries? I can't remember if it's the opponent's end phase as well. It might not be the opponent's end phase, it might just be your own. So it's not actually that bad, but there's still no reason to not play around that, I think. You can make Duel miss timing, I think. Wow, and they actually hit Spirit of Duel. That is crazy. Okay, so we set 2, we try to end tone, we have Big Welcome set, we have Karma Cannon set. And yeah, end of the main phase, we have Shavar. We're gonna get that Terra Incarnate anyway. Does this trigger in either end phase? No, it's only during your own end phase. Okay, so it's not actually that terrifying. I still think we could have went around popping Duel. What do you want to do with your Labyrinth here? You're gonna go Yamo. Was there an argument to leave those monsters on the board? Because if you just leave them where they are and then stop playing with these cards, whenever they finally flip the Karma Cannon, you have 2 monsters which can flip straight back up. Is that maybe something to consider? We have Spirit Gates, which is good. Okay, Labyrinth not activating many cards here. I think they are just waiting. Yeah, well, waiting to flip the Karma Cannon as late as possible, which is why Duel wants to force it early. You can still chain this. SP chooses not to vanish itself. Why would you choose to just let your SP die? What's the reason for that? I'm not sure why we wouldn't try to save our SP. We chain so that we don't have leading effect. Okay, this just summons a Chandelier, which is not that good. And now we chain Dropless to chain ready again. The Chandelier, I guess, is fine because the Kukluk is in the graveyard. So we're trying to activate this to trigger the Kukluk, which is why we're so desperately showing to stop leading. There's still 1 more jet though. It is negated now, though, so now it can't ever set from the deck. And search for Stovey. So we're not going to be able to flip a trap this time using Kukluk. We go into Spite Elf. This is the one thing that I thought they might try. The reason why they didn't banish the SP. I still don't think it makes sense though, like you can provide Yama and then just get the SP back for free anyway. Like what's the benefit of having the SP here? And not just Yama as well. Okay, we pop Spirit. We have so much gas in this Duel hand. So now we activate, sending the Lovely. Wait, did we? Yeah, we bounced the Lovely back to hand. I'm not sure why we wanted to do that. Was that so that it was safe from being banished? Wouldn't it be... No, okay, I see. They left the lady on the field because they really wanted to trigger its effect to set a second trap and then activate it with Kukluk. So that's why they didn't bounce the lady back to hand. But now it's gonna come back to hurt them because there's 3 U-Bells. We can just hit the Lady Labyrinth and lethal. The Kukluk comes back, but he doesn't do anything. Oh, the last card is Trap Trick. Okay, that's interesting. And we're chaining Lady, but this is negated. Is there a reason we're chaining it? Are we just trying to bait like a phantom? If they use a phantom, it does just disappear because the U-Bell is already on the field, so they don't get anything back. Maybe it's to bait phantom, but obviously Super Duck is not gonna fall for that. There's a chance we could flip it face down with like discard rollback, and then like we also need a karma cannon which is banished, so we can't actually even do that. I think we're just chaining for fun. Yeah, training for fun. And now we get a second karma cannon which we can flip in the battle phase. This is surprisingly good against Yubel. I've never really thought about this matchup because Labyrinth has been a deck that has not been on my radar until the World Championship, where like multiple people have brought it. Now we chain SP so that we can save our link monsters. Makes sense. And everything goes face down. Nice, I think. Okay, so we have 3 phantoms on the field right now. Our board is triple phantom. While we get the cards for SP back, we activate Stoli, probably to set the field spell. Yep, there it is. So, there's a lot of cards on the board, but I think Labyrinth has got control over this one. So, can we force the phantom and then just reset with Mobley? The karma cannon? Because that kind of just checks them every time. This is a welcome Labyrinth, right? This is welcome Labyrinth. So we can destroy phantom with the field spell. Wait, why did we choose to go Battle Fates first? I know we're gonna pop the phantom, but why do we want to go Battle Phase? Don't we want to be in main phase to make like plays? Can't we go into the extra deck? The chain, banishing the link monsters again. We use Big Welcome to bounce SP. I don't hate that because this SP is kind of annoying. Just get rid of it forever. We summon a defense position for some reason. I wish used to pop Nightmare Pain instead of the Phantom. Why not pop Phantom? I guess we're not getting to Lovely this turn anyway, so like, what's the point? Yeah, because we use the Graveyard effect to Big Welcome, so... yeah, this is fine. This makes sense. We attack of the elf. We can't hit anything else because they're all phantoms. They choose to negate this, which is pretty low impact, but they also have 3 phantoms. So now the Ku Klux comes back. I think you could have maybe tried to negate the Ku Klux instead. It might have been slightly higher impact. Because they did set the card with Ariana. This card can be activated this turn. We don't know what this is. We go Chaos Angel, banish the follow-up. Muckraker can now... okay, we're really going crazy. We are comboing. Yeah, which makes me question why we couldn't do this in main phase 1. Just pop the Phantom? But you'll have to pop Nightmare Pain, just pop the Phantom, and then do all of this in main phase 1? And then you can banish both spells. No Muckraker, revive the Chaos Angel again. Banish the second spell, so Nightmare Pain and the Spirit Gates are gone. I guess no matter what, you can't clear these. They're indestructible by battle, so it doesn't really matter in the end. But this is really strong. We now have Punishment. We have Chaos Angel again. Probably banish. Probably the Terror Incarnate. Yeah, just so that you don't ever have to deal with that end phase effect. Oh shit. They summoned... Ultimate Nightmare. Okay, so this is kind of scary. No, it's not. This card is not scary. This card just doesn't have any protection. You can pop this with the field spell or with punishment, and it just doesn't matter. Yeah, so this is not scary. Labyrinth has full control of this game. Normal summon Lotus, now we're gonna pop one Phantom. Entis probably pops the Lotus. No, we pop the second Phantom. Why do we pop the second Phantom? If we're just gonna trigger... I guess we have Welcome Labyrinth. Yeah, so we're gonna trigger Welcome Labyrinth last, so they can't use the Phantom. Or we could trigger the Fiat spell last. So now they cut Chain Phantom. The Phantom will die. One slight problem here is we've got no zones. So we can't activate a big welcome to then trigger the lady. Which is more of a problem than you think when facing Yubel, because they don't need to clear your monsters to kill you. Is that a misplay? Could we have maybe done something different? I guess we just have, like... we have an unknown set, so maybe that saves us. So now we have Nightmare Pain again. Yeah, the unknown set is just... oh my god, no way. No way they played into this. It's kind of unpredictable, but technically this was completely free to play around. Right, any other zone plays around Imperm, like Chaptrick for Imperm. So now the Nightmare Pain just isn't good. Long flip, you target the Ultimate Nightmare, because this will do damage anyway, because of its effect. 3 Squammer. What can you make but thanks Super Producer? That's interesting. We're popping Yubel, we're triggering Yama. And that's it, you can't do anything. Okay, so I'm a bit weird on that last turn. I think we really wanted to have an extra zone. Normal summon Nibiru just to make space so that we can start popping. Yeah. Okay. We'll pop Nightmare Pain. Why didn't they want to trigger Lady? Or Lovely? Not sure. Power Sink Stone. Now we trigger it. We pop the Spirit of Yubel. Okay, this is pretty smart. We wanted to flip the Power Sink Stone first so that it gets 2 counters. Now that Yubel is just negated, so we can just kill it. Yeah, that's pretty smart. That's kind of heads up from Labyrinth. It was a well-played game, honestly. Pretty good game. So now we have Knuckle going first against Stella, and they had Shun's that deck. They are not playing the super heavy deck, they're now playing Runic Stun. Okay. Activate Tip. We have Fountain. We have Ash with Tip, but that's not that strong. Against Stun, as long as we have a Floodgate, we're in a good position. The Chain Maxi, but this is only gonna be 1 summon. This is a stun deck. Oh wow, we even deny the 1 draw. Because we have a second Runic spell. our third runic spell even. Now we can draw 3. They draw nothing. They drop 2 hand traps. All we need is a floodgate, and that's just full combo. Yet, Swords of Revealing Light. Wow, we are so deep on the attack floodgates. Why do you need this? What's wrong with Messenger of Peace? I guess Messenger of Peace doesn't stop you attacking with, like, Duel monsters. But Duel doesn't do anything if you don't have a monster. If you have a monster, it's a floodgate. Is this better than just like Wall of Revealing Light or Synchro Zone? You obviously play those. But the Synchro Zone is limited, and I'm pretty sure Wall of Revealing Light is at 3, so why are you on this card? Is my question, and not just Wall of Revealing Light or like Messenger of Peace. We set another card, so we have only light monsters can be summoned, and I'm pretty sure Stellar is playing Fire King. That's pretty rough. They just pass. They can't do anything, and in the end phase we have another touch. Okay. This is gonna be the Runic deck out gun. Activate Morganite. Yeah, this is just a full setup for Knackle here. Island is gone, Wanted is gone. I'm really not sure about this. This doesn't make any sense to me, why you play Swords of Revealing Light. We're gonna go Prosperity. What could we even find that matters? Like, Imperm would be the best one. We don't find Imperm though, so we just take Kieran and pass. Now we're gonna start beating down the opponent. Playing Prosperity? There's a Wall of Revealing Light, so we are playing it. Dimensional Fissure, that's a pretty good one. Solemn Judgment, Solemn Judgment. I think you take the Judgment and you just negate any out. Oh, we have Wall of Revealing Light too, anyway. And what's the reason for activating that on your turn and not on the opponent's turn? Is there a reason to use that now? I'm not sure that I understand why we flipped this right away. Yeah, I don't really understand that one. The Swords is gonna die, right? Pretty soon. Yeah, the Swords dies. But we didn't need to flip this until the battle phase. But it doesn't like Stella's gonna try and do anything. They are employing the classic strategy of just set no cards. They set a monster, which I guess this is fine, but I felt that they were gonna try and put nothing on the board, hoping that the Ronin deck can't activate any spells to deck you out. It works against running deck out because, especially when under Morganite, they kind of deck out themselves sometimes before they can kill you with Runics, because if you don't put any cards on the board, they can't target any of your monsters. The problem is that if they draw their monsters, they can just pivot into beatdown, so they force you to put cards on the board, and then as soon as you put cards on the board, they can play Runic Stun again. So it's pretty good for Knackle. Yeah, they forced them to set a card, and now we can target it with the Runic spells. Banish cards off the top of the deck. See, with 24 left, I have another Floodgate. This is basically over in terms of Stella winning the game legitimately. The only question left is whether or not they can deck out Knackle with Morganite before they get decked out themselves. I'm pretty sure the answer is going to be no, but we'll have to play it out. The speed is up a bit. Okay, we are playing impounds, and I'm pretty sure we've banished a lot of them at this point. No, we've only banished one. But at this— oh, there goes the other two impound. Okay. Skyburn is also another playable card in a situation like this. But at this point, when you have this many floodgates, there's just no hope. There's just no hope. Them decking themselves out is their only way to lose at this point. We're down to 8 cards. Being forced to play out these games at Worlds must be very funny. Now we have Slumber, that's the deck out. There it is. I'm gonna draw just for fun. And the opponent is now decked out. Let's see what they discarded. They're playing Decken, the only one. They are playing 3 Wall of Repeating Light. Okay, so we just thought that we wanted so many attack floodgates that we went all the way down to shots of Revealing White. That's wild to me. Why did we choose that? That's insane to me. Why not just play Messenger of Peace? But anyway, the deck out has happened. Okay, next match we have Sana versus Mateus. It's the 60 cards, so this is still playing branded. But we've not seen a second deck from Mateus yet. And I'm pretty sure Sana is playing either Yubao or it's Fire King. Prosperity. It's probably Snake Eye, yeah? Yeah, that's Snake Eye. Or maybe not, we only revealed Fire King cards. I guess Popeyes is Snake Eye card, what am I talking about? Adding Poplar with Prosperity is interesting, because now you don't use up your normal summon, so the OSS can still get to both Snake Eye and Fire King. Yeah, like this. No hand traps on Mateus. And speed up the combo. You know Mateus is on board breakers though, so this game is not over just because Sana goes full combo. Okay, so we have Appaloosa for 2, we have the full graveyard setup with Princess. We're starting with Shrouded, and we're sending Retribution. I said this before, that means we have a play. We have a playable hand. We want to send Retribution, but not perking. Okay, we start with no summon web, so the plan is to send Planet Fusion, which we can add back with Retribution. But this is just the easiest Appaloosa ever. Where you just chain Appaloosa? Yep. Let's see if this is making a thrust live. Did we try to end the main phase? We must have tried to end the main phase to attack over Appaloosa. So now we chose to activate Kirin. We get back the Garunix, we get back the ID. And now we're gonna destroy? Wait, why are we doing this? Shouldn't we? Okay, so is the plan to send Arbata just to get it into rotation so that when the Kirin dies with the princess, we can revive Avata, pop a card with the Kirin, and then have the negate? That must be the plan, because we all need to destroy the Quem, because we're already gonna remove it, the BSB. So that must be sending Arbata here. But they use the Kirin and not the Garunix. What? Shouldn't you use the Garunix and then pop Kirin with Princess? Isn't that the plan, then you get Kieran effect later. Oh, I guess you can just revive Kieran with Avata. Yeah, it's the same thing. Right, I see. But no, they're going after the Retribution, not afraid of the Quem. Even though the Quem can attack over the Appaloosa, we think the Retribution is scarier. And I can see that, right? Because they've already normal summoned, and Retribution is the best way to access Branded Fusion if you haven't got a normal summon, right? Alimer is the best way, and then after that you want to use Retribution. So if we banish this Retribution, what are the chances that they can get to Branded Fusion without a normal summon? Right, and having already used Shrouded to send Retribution, we're not sure if they play more than one, but even if they do play more than one, it should be like a lot harder, like, because they've already used Shrouded. So I don't hate banishing Retribution now. And we do have Thrust the whole time, so this probably gets either Grass or Branded Fusion. But choose Grass. So now if we do play a second Retribution, we could mill it along with the Branded Fusion. Oh, but they're gonna Ash this. Okay. Ashing this, now it's looking rough to get to Branded Fusion. We basically have to have hard drawn it directly. Doesn't look like we do. We have Skyburn as well. Yeah, so activate Branded in red, chain Maxi as well. Okay, so we had full combo, plus Ash, plus Maxi, plus a hard drawn Skyburn. Branded was never gonna win this game, no matter what. They really needed a custom hand, and even then, I think most custom hands lose to this. Like if you could pick a hand in Branded without knowing this board, I'm pretty sure you still probably lose to this board in some way. You need like double even me and like cold buy for it to be that good. And even then, like you need double cold buy, double evenly. And there's no way to break this board, realistically. The Branded in white probably is using an Albaz from the hand. Yeah, this can be Sanctifier. There's just nothing. There's just nothing here. Appaloosa can always negate this on the next turn. They're gonna use Princess now. And Karen can now just pop the Sanctifier. I think it was a mistake, right, to summon the Cartesia, because you allow them to do this. At the very least, summoning Sanctify and passing. They couldn't use Princess, they had to like out it some other way, which was very easy. They just use Island and then pop it with Kieran, right? But at the very least, you give them like slightly less. It's over either way. Branded just is not gonna break this board. Summon back the Flamberge, and it's just already lethal. Yeah, so we're gonna be safe. We're gonna pop the back row just in case. There's no target for duplication. It was branded in red, but nothing to do with it. And now we attack for lethal. That was a crazy board from Saturn. No way was Branded ever gonna break that. So unfortunate. But well played to Saturn. Okay, so we have Judeo going first with Duel. They're also playing the map. RJ, I believe, was playing Duel, if I'm not mistaken. I think RJ was playing Duel, but I can't quite remember. Let's see, no in-palm, no hand trap so far. And we have Lotus too, so this is a really good combo. We do have Maxi. Do we opt it? Do not act it. Okay, so Judea is in a bit of trouble here. We could make Phantom and pass. Get 2 draws. I don't think you want to summon Spirit. Yeah, you just want to shuffle. Make Phantom and then Talent to look at the hand. Okay, this could be okay. I missed what the hand was, but they're choosing to take Cold Buy, which makes me think they have their own maxi, and they're gonna now control the game as best they can with this one Phantom. Yeah, I missed what the hand was. I'm pretty sure it was a bunch of Yubel cards. Yeah. So they are playing Yubel. Adding the Lotus. There's the maxi that we predicted. Just pass. Okay. So we didn't out the maxi because we stole the out to maxi with talents. And now it's Judea's turn to just combo. We're pretty sure this is only Phantom. Again, I wish I saw the hand. There's one unknown there anyway, I think. And this is just so much. We have so many cards in our hand right now. When do you try to use the Phantom? Oh, we have a hand trap. You have Bell. Okay, that's nice. We can use Bell to negate Yama. But that's not enough. Now we have Phantom. Choosing to look at the hand again. So they're giving me another chance to look at this hand. I do wonder why we didn't take the Phantom though. Wouldn't that solve a lot of problems? To just take Phantom? And Moody, we knew about this Ghost Dagger and we want to get rid of it. That's probably it. So now we are gonna play knowing everything. When do they choose to use Phantom? Maybe here? I mean, this forces it, kinda. But no, they're not even gonna use it. They're just gonna go access card. Okay, this makes sense. By not activating it, they kind of outplayed RJ, right? Because now the access code, you can't respond to it, so they can just clear your Yubel. Whereas if you tried to link it off, they would chain and they would replace it with another Yubel, which is a bit of a pain to deal with. But now you just get to destroy it. Now the question is, can you lethal from here? I think so. Just make Muckraker or Chaos Angel. I always forget about this card. You can lethal with Muckraker, Revive and something, but Chaos Angel is just easier. So we banish this and attack for lethal. Good game. Maxi do be winning games though. Okay, Tiras is going fast here with Branded against Reich with Yu-Gi-Oh! This is one of the players that's impressed me with Branded so far. This is probably the best Branded we've seen so far at least, so let's see if they can keep it up. To start with opening in the draw phase, playing around draw, but playing Snow in their list, which is this is an interesting choice. It is a light target for Branded Fusion, but it's probably more so a spellcaster target for like Sanctifier, right? Brand Fusion summoning Sanctifier. And it's also just an extra power play with grass. So if you grass and you mill snow for free, you have the fodder for it. It's pretty good. It is an extra brick though. We have a hand trick. We have Ghost Mourner for this Allogo. Wow. that could be pretty strong. But we still have a normal summon. Becoming Verte, because we're locked into Fusons with Branded Opening. But we could still have a kit would get Divine Infusion. We could have like a combination of cards. Why not just see? Could be a grass. We have Keeper though. This is perfect. This is exactly what you want to see. We're playing the Golden Sword Zone as well. This looks like a very bricky branded deck. We've seen a couple of bricky branded decks. I think we also saw Tiras Brick once as well. This is an interesting card. You can play this. It's like an attack negate, like another disruption you can search with Branded Lust besides Mercurio. And it's also like an extension play, right? Because cards get banished and branded all the time. And then you can special summon like a Cartesia or a Quan from your graveyard. So it's really good with grass. Might be the reason we're playing snow as well, but just really playing for that grass power play. That might be the strategy. Does make the deck bricky though. But we do get to find a fusion. And we have Ash. That is unfortunate. I think this could be Cold Buy. I don't think if you had the Keeper I don't think you would waste Cold Buy on the Ghost Mono. So we could still have Cold Buy. But we don't. And that is unfortunately gonna leave us with absolutely nothing. Oh, never mind, we have Fusion Deployment. Okay. Now I'm confused. So if we had Fusion Deployment the whole time, why didn't we want to activate this first? So it plays into Max C harder, but does it? Really? Because if we'd activated deployment in the main phase as our first action and then tried to summon Alaba with opening, we would have been able to dodge the Ghost Mono, which would have given us an Alaba search. The Branded Fusion would have been ashed eventually anyway, but we would have had the Alaba search as well, so we would have had a better play here. I feel like this was a missed opportunity. I'm pretty sure it's a choice though, because we chose to play around Roll, and we chose to play better into Maxi than to play around Improm and Baylor, and I guess Mourner as well. But in general, I like deployment first. It plays around hand traps, right? Improm, Baylor, Mourner, Gamma a little bit. I think they should have used this at the start of the main phase. Then they would have had the Alaba search. In this position though, you probably send... we know this play is on Chimera. I believe we've seen Chimera, so sending Albion is fine because you have a target for it. And what's kind of interesting is that the Golden Sword Soul, when you use the brand in your red, will be able to trigger and you can summon the Cartesia to the field. Cartesia or Grand Canal also can trigger to summon Quan. I like this. I think this is better than sending Titanic Lead. So, this is good. But adding this back doesn't really matter. The Sword Soul can summon from the hand or the graveyard. I think we probably want to keep this available for material, this Cartesia. And then the light spellcaster we can summon is actually the snow. So that's an interesting combination here. Let's see what Raikithio has. Normal summon Snake Eye Ash. Okay, so on its own, Chimera should be able to beat Snake Eye Ash. But we need to see what else they have. Poplar is gonna let them trigger Grand Canal, which is nice because getting this early on means you have a lot more like control over how you use your cards. So this is interesting. We can send Albaz and then we can actually target Albaz if we want to make a different card. If we want to make like a Lobelian or something. But we could also be trying to revive the Albaz with Quen. Let's see if they send Albaz. They're using this now to summon Cartesia. Maybe not. Maybe they're trying to summon the snow. Snow would make more sense, honestly. But they don't. They choose Cartesia. The reason why I think the snow makes more sense is because what are you trying to make in this scenario? Cartesia, you've already used your Grand Guinal. Does this do much for you? You could make, like, something later on, but summoning snow sounds pretty good, right? To Book of Moon the Poplar, that would be pretty strong. Wait. No, this can't summon snow. This has to summon a light spellcaster whose attack equals its own defense. Okay. So they had to summon Cartesia, nothing wrong with this. They went straight for Flamberge. This makes sense. This is because they didn't want to summon from the extra deck that would let them revive with Quen. There's no discard for Albaz, but you could make one by adding this back with Branded in red. And you could also just revive it anyway and then fuse it away with Cartesia. I am curious why we didn't do something this fall, letting the Flamberge push, because now we can give it at the Quen. So how good is this? How good is this? So from Brandon's perspective, you still have Brandon in red, add back Albaz, fuse. But more than likely it's going to be Brandon in red, add back Albaz, and then not fuse, and then activate Cartesia to fuse with the Albaz in hand. Because if we try to fuse into an Albion, we don't have the means to make Mirror Jade, and if we try to make Libellium, we don't have a discard. So the Branded in red either makes Chimera, or we just try to use the Albaz as material for Cartesia. But if we'd done this earlier, couldn't we have also used Quen? It is a quite checkout with the number of materials. They're gonna make a second Grand Guinal. Okay, so we didn't know that they played this, but apparently they do. And Mason Chaos Nephthys. Okay, so they are playing it very differently to how I am. This is pretty good. I think this is good. They're not focused on the Albaz at all. They want to make Chimera. So they want to go banish these two, banish probably the Alba, and then draw one, pop two, net the stringers, pop a bunch of Snake Eye, Flampatch Dragon. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. OSS here is sending Ash Blossom for a Poplar. Oh, and now we banded him. Is this? So this card banishes two from the graveyard. So what they could do is pop both of these, draw one, then the Flanders will trigger, trying to revive two, then the Nephthys will trigger, the Nephthys will summon, the Flamberge targets will summon, and then we banish one of them from the field with Nephthys and two cards from the graveyard. Isn't that playing slightly too hard into an extender? Shouldn't we wait? I guess you can't wait because they can link off first for like SP or something. Again, can't wait. You had to pop now. And is... Oh, they have Cold Bite anyway. It doesn't matter. This is always how it goes with branded. They have snow? Which I did forget about. The snow could always just be an extra body for Chimera. But this doesn't do anything. This only Book of Gnomes the Flamberge. We're kind of out of place. And we have Kieran. Okay. Wait. Wait. Why not pop the Flamberge? I don't understand that. You should change to pop Flamberge in response to snow, right? That's a misplay from like Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, that's just a misplay. You should banish. You should destroy this with the Kieran. This is gonna be able to trigger anyway. They still have a light in the dark. But this can banish. Yeah, this can banish the face down Flamberge Dragon. And 2 cards from the graveyard anyway, no matter what you destroy with the Kieran. I think that's just a clear mistake. We have Ponix. Sure. They had a lot of extension. So the board that Terrace makes probably never beats this hand. Let's see what happens now. The Sanctuary does make it so that they have 3 materials, which is just the Zelantis Ozikong. It has 4 materials now, right? Not 3, because they get 1 from Kieran, Cavernix, and then Alvater summons another one. And that's just lethal. Yeah, unfortunate that they had Cold Bite. I think Tiras was maybe in a good position. Yeah, it's just lethal now. Unfortunate. You don't have enough materials for snow again. Not even close. Yeah. Good game. Unfortunate cold buy. And a slight misplay here from Warwick Yu-Gi-Oh, honestly. So we have Judea going first versus Tiras now. This is... oh, that is not the noble summon you want to see and you bell. They are facing branded, so if you make a bad board, you're gonna get punished. I'm going to Yama. I get Shovar. And what else do we have? Do we have a spirit in hand? No, we just have the summoning beast again. So this is just Rage Escape Pass by the looks of it. Which is 2 interruptions, but we'll have to see what non-engine we have. We didn't set in Shovar, so one of these sets is the hard drawn escape. If we have like a Maxi or an Ass, an Impalm, we could maybe be okay. But I would be concerned about my follow-up in this position. Let's see what Tiras can do against this board. Activate Shrouded, sending Albaz, Rakal. And now this is either banishing Mercuriate or Tragedy. They go for Tragedy. The reason why they sent Albaz might be because they have Cartesia in hand. Might also be because they have Branded in white. Normal summon, we do flip Enpalm. So now we know this other set. We chain Branded in red. Yeah, this is exactly one of the reasons why sending Albaz. One of the reasons for sending Albaz, I mean. If you have Branded in red, you can now dodge Enpalm on the Aliber, and because this is This is Albaz. We can make Mirror Jade with this. We can go Rebellion into Mirror Jade. Still search for Branded Fusion. This is really strong. We do have Maxi though. Strong Magnum up. Okay. So we don't have the Maxi, but we do Charm Magnum. I don't think Tiras is going to be playing Masquerade, but one thing you could do here if you played Masquerade is to just summon Masquerade, I guess, and then pressure them on life points. They still have the rage effect, so that is something. Should probably be kind of easy though to OTK with the Banner Fusion. I would need to get very lucky in drawing to Ash. Yeah, so we make the Rebellion, we draw 1, we search the Brand of Fusion. Now we are going to use the Rebellion. We did have Cartesia as well. We're using Rage because we don't want to get the Mirror Jade on the field first, and then they could activate Mirror Jade, and then they could banish the Rage. I think you could do this better with your Judea though, because you already have a state. And the biggest thing you're scared of is getting Ruby held, which the Branded Fusion definitely does. Because this will resolve to summon a monster, and this is already on the field. So SP banish one of them. You take away one of the bodies, there's then another monster on the field, and the Branded Fusion will be lethal. You go Albion, summon another monster, and that's gonna be lethal. So what I would be tempted to do here is wait for this to resolve to summon Mirror Jade, then try to use Rage. Then when they activate the Mirror Jade in response, we chain the trap, pop the Rage and the Mirror Jade. It's forced to banish one of their own monsters. And we hopefully don't die because we got rid of the Mirror Jade and another monster. But at that point, Branded Fusion on its own is not legal. Maybe that would have been better? So let's see what ends up happening this way. Why does everyone have royal words, by the way? Are they lying about what they have? So we summon the Mirror Jade, we try to banish it. A chain, what we can do is, I guess, just the second effect. So it's kind of the same thing, we just preserve the trap. Yeah, I guess this is the same thing. Could we not have instead? No. Okay, this was actually the only way to do it. Now that I think about it, this was the better way to do it, because my way forces them to banish their own monsters, but this also forces them to banish their own monsters because the SP gets to banish twice. What do we target? We target Mirror Jade, we'll charm, we chain the second effect. We make Mirror Jade banish itself. That's good, so that it's banished and not in the graveyard. We activate Branded Fusion, we send the snow, so we actually have a little bit of extra push here. If we go Albion, summon Titanic Lead, with this Albion, we have 3700 plus the Albion, which is 6200, and then snow is lethal. We banish our whole hand and field and graveyard. So that is potentially the line they're gonna go for. No, they're just going for Mirror Jade. Now this isn't lethal. Oh, okay. They have another extender. Summon an Albaz. Activate Thrust. That duplication. Now they have lethal with the snow. Very, very nice from Tiras. I think this was played perfectly. I will say though, they yet again chose to keep deployment in the hand instead of using it to play around Impulse. And they got hit with Impulse again. They did beat it with the branded in red. But this also beats it. Maybe they only play one Cartesia, but they could have summoned it from the hand. But then they would have run out of discards. No, they wouldn't, because they had the thrust. I think it's probably just a choice. They probably just choose not to play into Maxi by starting with deployment. Thus twice has come up why they could have done that. But either way, well played. Okay, we have Mateus going first with Branded. We start with Nobelian, adding Sarony. So, okay, our play ends Sarnia plus Cartesia, or I mean Nobelian plus Cartesia. Not the strongest start, but also not the weakest. No handshots in RG so far. Could be saving Ash for the Branded Fusion. That is what you do. For the sends the Branded Fusion first. And then we're gonna send the Shrouded. The way they sequence this, sending the Branded Fusion first, probably means they have a dupe in the hand, so they're playing better around Bestials. Maybe they have a thrust for dupe. Actually, no, that wouldn't make sense. It has to be a dupe in the hand. If they have dupe, then that means if there's a random Bestial to banish the Shrouded before it can send Retribution, at least you have the dupe target available, the Branded Fusion. If you did it the other way around, you would just have a Retribution here, and it would be nothing to target with dupe. If you have thrust though, it is better to send the Retribution, because then when they summon the Bestial, you could just search with thrust, right? You don't have to set, you can just add Branded Fusion. So this to me telegraphs that there is a dupe in the hand. But obviously there's no Bestial because RJ is playing and Yubel. And okay, so we sent Shrouded and then used the Shrouded to send from the hand. Okay, so this probably means we only play one Retribution, and we drew it, which is why we had to do it this way. It's also why we had to send the Branded Fusion this way. So we probably don't add dupe. It's not likely. The reason I sent Branded Fusion is just so that they can send their only Retribution from the hand. Okay, that makes sense. This is one of the reasons why I like playing 2. It does mean that if you ever draw it, you don't have to do anything, like, you don't have to discard it in order to use Retribution. You can just use the different one from the deck. And then the Retribution in the hand actually ends up not being that bad because it's still like a +1 add back for a grind gain for a discard. But now we're gonna add the Retribution, or add with the Retribution. And now we're gonna see if there's an Ash Blossom. Distributing the Shrouded Dragon for Lobelium, actually kind of interesting. And because of this, so it looks good, right? Because you're gonna be able to get Branded Lust, and that means you can search when you activate the Branded Fusion. But it also now means you're gonna have trouble getting your Albion into the graveyard. And I don't think it balances out. I don't think the Lost Search is worth the Albion set. So I am curious about this. I think this might not be good for them, but we'll see. They had the Royal Branded Lust, and there was Ash the whole time. Okay. Do we have Coldbite? No, we do not. Okay. Activate Thrust. We do have the Thrust. Okay. That's just gonna set dupe, and we're gonna pass on that, right? We set another card and pass, so we do have no discards. We don't need a discard to make use of dupe. We can make Mirror Jade with just Albion into Mirror Jade. We can also search with the Branded Lost. Look at his left city. Droppers. Let's see. Wow, okay. So Archie had no play, and this is not Yubel, by the way. This must be his second deck. Must be Tier. We went for Stenria, and then we imp on it. That makes sense. This is exactly what you would imp on. This card is very threatening. And we just passed. So we're gonna get to dupe in the end phase. Is this right though? If you only play one Retribution, then yes, this would be right. But if you don't, if you play two, couldn't you send the second one next turn, add it back, then use it again, then dupe it again on your turn? And you can still always get Kit with Branded Lost to add it back. Wouldn't that be better? Because now you're duping on this turn, you're searching Kit, then you have to resolve Kit into the back row. Which means you can't use whatever your top deck is just to get the Brand Fusion again. It's fine either way, but I think if you play a second Retribution, I would prefer to pass time here. We know the opponent doesn't have a lot of engine, so playing for more value and more resources probably works out better. Let's see how this goes though. I'm pretty sure they probably just play one. I'm pretty sure they didn't really like this Lubellian play with that Shrouded. I'm pretty sure they just discarded the Retribution from the hand because it was their only copy. I'm pretty sure that's how that thought process went. Okay. So they add, or they banish Thought, they go for Albion. Sending Quen. Yeah, but we already have Cartesia, so Quen makes sense. Probably search for Kit here. Yeah, we get Kit. And this should make Furious. Now, do you pop a back row or the Fenrir is the question? I think you could pop the Fenrir. It's pretty reasonable. You could also just pop Albion. You could pop. You're popping your Albion anyway, but you could pop the Fenrir. Epic is fine to pop either. To be safe, I guess you go after the back row, because you can guaranteed play through the Fenrir. So maybe you should go after the back row. No, the choose to go after the Fenrir though. We add back the Cartesia. This probably says Banishment? Yeah, we set Banishment. So now we have a lot. So what we can do is Fusion Summon right away. Revive the Quen. No, we can't do that right away. We probably want to do something else first. Maybe the Kit. And we're going battle phase. Is there a reason not to try and do more? Do we play Chimera? Wouldn't we go normal summon Kit if they try to impalm it? We can Charm Furious Dragon to pop it, and in the other back row, get the Branded Fusion, and me the Branded Fusion, and then if it resolved anyway and we haven't used the Furious Dragon yet, we could pop one of the back row under the Branded Lost window. And search for a Nakuria as well, so that we can negate a potential hand trap of some kind. I feel like this is prematurely going to the battle phase. But apparently it's just legal. They got nothing. So, good game. Good game to Branded. Okay, we have Reich going first against Senna. They are now playing Fire King Snake Eye, by the looks of it. One flare for Ash. No response yet. Any Maxi? Any Maxi. There is a Maxi. And there's an Ash, but I have to speed this up. Snake Eye, create one interesting game, challenge, impossible. Nothing to really say about this, this is just a standard combo. Some of these look different, the ordering, but they're all the same in the end. Good to add back the Ash, this is always important to do when you Ash a Maxi like this. Playing Heat Soul, which is nice, I like this. Set Wanted, and we make Appaloosa. This is the kind of board that I normally end on. We're done with Desires. What is this deck? What are we playing over there? I'm gonna Ash Desires, that makes sense. I'm gonna chain Coldfire, so it's not a stun deck. Because we have Coldfire in it. What are we playing? What deck would play Desires? Exosister? What? Okay. Why are we playing Exosister? Is this because Reich played Tier in the last game and we want to counter Tier? Exosister, really? Is this a Tier counter? Okay. Well, Martha's getting negated by Appaloosa. Noble Summon Aerotalma, though you just negate that as well. And they 7 pass. They tried to end the main phase. They go Kieran. Now we're gonna be able to pop that back row. It could be a bait. This could have been a bait for the Kieran. But I would doubt that because I'm pretty sure this Kieran wasn't switched. We did not add it back. Where Sun Nightwolf we added Ash, which we still have, by the way. Still have that Ash. So I don't think they would set like a bad card as bait and then set the good cards. I'm pretty sure this is just their only set. So it's getting popped. It is their good set. I guess it's not even a good set. They don't have any good sets. They go to the end phase and this is just over. Snake Eye will clean up here. Interesting to bring Exosystem. Like it's a tier counter, I guess, but isn't it kind of still weak? I guess if it goes first, it could be strong. I wonder if they ever choose to play it again. Okay, Reich versus RJ. RJ is going first. We're playing tier. Okay. We don't know anything good yet. We do have tier cash. Banish the heartbeat. Oh, we have Ghost Mona. Oh my god. Okay, so using Super Poly on your own monsters that can make Kit Goas. This will fizzle and then they mill free anyway. That's pretty good, but you really don't want to use a Super Poly like this. But I guess they have to. They just got Venom? That must have been, yeah, that must have been the Bistro. Kit Colossus. Now we mill. We did hit a Shuffler and a Snow, which I guess is good. This is the kind of stuff that we want to mill. I don't think we wanted to mill a name bar because we want to mill it with the Kit Colossus. so that we can get all of the other males and then make Localas. Oh, but they have Impalm down. Double hand chat? Are we really gonna banish the Kit? There's no way we're banishing Kit, right? I guess we have to. Yeah, we banish Kit so that we can get Rhino Hot. Normal summon the Rhino Hot, send the Havness. And Bond. No, we're getting Screen. So the cutter hand has to be Rhino Hot, right? Or Siren? Okay, so this is fine. They haven't triggered any name yet, so they can make Redoer. It's the same thing. Are they gonna make Winda? Do we think they play Winda? That could be a win condition. This is right. If they're playing Fire King like we saw them play last game, then it's pretty hard to beat Winda. But if it's tier, they might be able to do it. They do mill a Scream, which is nice. So that isn't gonna do that much though, unless they they can make Kaleido Hot. Is it better to hold off on the Redoer? Do you want to fuse on the opponent's turn, or do you want to do it now? Because if they can stop this with Impalm, the Celiac isn't even live. This feels like it's risky. Maybe going for the Kaleido Hot right away, and then having the Celiac live, because you can spin anyway, right, when the Kaleido Hot revives itself. But the Redoer loses to more things here by not using it right away. The Attacher Die Bellstar. We go for Bonfire. Prisoners by Ash. So we are still playing the Fire King. So they can't Impalm it now, I guess. It's kind of safe from Impalm anyway, right? Did you just don't use it until they put a card on the board? And you could chain to an Impalm if they use it right away. So I guess it's kind of not that vulnerable. So I take it back. This is probably the better way to do it. Question is, do you spin the top one now? No. I guess they're trying to spin Slander's Dragon? No, they're gonna try and spin Ash now. So this makes Kaleido, and they're probably gonna spin Alice. No free. Let's see what they get. And did hit Scream, but this doesn't do much. Adds Methanoise. We use the OSS. Hold on. So couldn't we have sent the Linkery though, and now the Celiac can't negate the Ponix? Isn't that a play? Maybe it's not a play because there's actually a lot here. If they do play Winda, they can send the second name and make Winda with the Kaleido Hot when they send it and summon it back. They also have a Shuffler for Deception, which does beat Fire King card. Maybe this is correct. Maybe you're not supposed to send away your bodies. But do try to negate it, which is gonna get punished by Karen. Okay, so yeah, they baited RJ here, I think. I think this is really strong, because now it's just the Shuffler. You don't get to send the Kaleido Hot, which means you can't fuse into Winda. I'm not convinced they even play Winda, by the way. This might just be in here to draw one. But either way, this is rough. They're playing with just a Shuffler. And a Snow. And a Snow. So to get Skybound, do we already have the island? We must do, right? This is probably going to get the shuffler. Yeah. Put away the Fire-Kin card. Sure, that makes sense. Because we searched Skybed, so we know they probably have island. Oh, and it's Flamberge in hand. Okay, so there isn't a target, but the last card being a fire was actually very important, otherwise this whole play didn't work. So we had Goronix. Summon Goronix. There's nothing to revive, but we can send Okinix. And then you choose to go SP. Yeah, if you tried to go for an OTK with Heater, reviving Ash, you would just lose to the snow eventually. So they choose to play it slow. They're gonna banish Kaleido, but now Kaleido is banished. Kid Colossus is banished. Yeah, there's just not a lot of play for Tia. They get Crime, they have 2 traps in the hand, 1 in the field. No Tia name to make them live. We summon Snow, but that just triggers Sanctuary. Are we really gonna use this? I guess so. You don't care about our SP, I guess. Oh my god. Heavy Storm? Okay, that was actually kinda big. Now the Kid Colossus is back. Sanctuary is gone. Island is still there though. And we get Ulcanix plus Goronix. Yeah, this is pretty scary though, because Ulcanix can pop Goronix, which then wipes the board in the standby phase. So then they need to be able to do something about that. They add the Kirin, and they time out. They lost due to time limit. Wow, that's the first instance of that we're seeing. Lost due to time limit. Okay, we have Judair now versus Senna. Nightmare is a good card to start with. We're going for Yubel, which runs... Okay, what is this? We didn't want to make Phantom. We want to pop the Yubel, summon out Terra Incarnate, search for Lotus maybe? Or Great Gloma probably. And then make Phantom in the graveyard? Okay. So this isn't using Throne as a starter. But it's not using it to make Phantom either, it's just using it as like a piece. See if Sana has any hand trips. Okay, we don't use the Nightmare Bone yet because we can only summon Terra Incarnate with it anyway. So you wait until later. Now there's the Phantom on the board. Doesn't look like there's gonna be any hand traps. Let's speed up this combo. We have Appaloosa, Escape, Rage, Phantom. Yeah, typical Yubel board. And we start with Ulcanix. I think this is gonna be kinda hard to break, the Viking. But it would have been even harder to break for Exorcista, that's for sure. Negate Ulcanix. We have Talents. That's a big card. We take Appaloosa. We negate Kirin. So, do you have to negate this Kirin? I guess you do? But we can Appaloosa negate this, right? If we do Appaloosa negate this, we could chain Rage to link away to Appaloosa. That would stop it from negating. The Karen would be negated, and then we could SP Banis. Volcanix? It would be a waste of the trap though, so we probably use the trap to chain Appaloosa and the Rage. Then we can get the Rage back. Yeah, that's the better way to do it. The chain, and Judea probably chains the trap. Yeah. That's rough. So now they get the Rage back. They get to summon, and then you also get to add back something for follow-up. Adding back Spirit, so there's now a hand trap to deal with. A battle trap. Activate Skybone. Okay. We popped the Rage and the Volcanix. We can't chain Rage because it was normal summon. So we have some play. We also have Garunic. Okay. We have some play here. Santa might be able to break this. It isn't Impron? How good is this Impom? They do need to do it. They do have to Impom it, otherwise Kieran pops a card. But how much play does Santa still have? Xyz isn't really that good. I go for Heater. We have no... Oh, we do have a time. We have the Shavar. Okay, so we can make Princess. This is okay, but it's not amazing. Well, now you have to attack your bell. And you lose like 6,800 life. Yeah, that was not ideal. They try to end the main phase, they go Kieran. That triggers these. Oh my god. Well, target Rage in the opponent's Brigade. You can now use this to link away the Yubel to make SP to banish Nightmare Pain. Or Nightmare Throne. That's really good. We get a pop with Kieran? No, we don't. We have another Impom. I'm gonna chain Rage now? Why are we chaining Rage now? Why are we chaining Rage now? We just... Okay, we want to get rid of the Nightmare Pain most of all. That's the plan, I guess. So we make SP. This does trigger Nightmare Throne? No, it doesn't. Right? It has to be a card effect. So it doesn't trigger the Nightmare Throne. But we banish Nightmare Throne anyway, and we just activate another one. Wasn't going after Nightmare Pain better? Why did we banish the Nightmare Throne? Now we go full Phantom, which to negate the Princess, which resolve. Now, isn't this just game over? You just summon Yubel and attack. You really should have banished the Nightmare Pain, right? Because you can't banish either of these two. I guess you can banish these two, and then this is not lethal. Yeah. But you know there's a Lotus in the hand, so we can just play. Oh, we have Ash for Nightmare Pain. Maybe that's why we didn't want to banish it, but I think at this point you're more scared of the Floodgate effect. Right? The damage effect. So wouldn't it be best to banish this and then Ash Spirit if you Bell to get the second Nightmare Pain? Because then you're kinda safe. Right? Maybe that was the plan? Oh, with Intis 3 Phantom? We have. This is just gonna be enough though, because we can go for our own SP, get rid of the Kieran, and just attack. I guess we can't attack for lethal if we SP. So, is this still kind of interesting? You guys should have a way around this though. Maybe the link 3? Yeah, the Anguish deals with this. Make SP, you don't banish anything, and you attack the game. Almost, they almost broke that board. I think they could have maybe done more if they banished the Nightmare Pain. Okay, and now for the game I've been waiting for. This is finally gonna be the first rounded mirror match. So, Mateo's going first. Let's see what they can do. Activate Travel. They send Elbas. They draw. Activate Cartesia. Okay. And we have Quen as our normal summon. This is not amazing, right? Because you kind of want to send Retribution Lure, Cartesia fuse with something in hand, make Granquinol, Quen revive back the Cartesia, Granquinol sends Sanya, access branded fusion that way. That's the ideal way of playing this. If you have to fuse away to Quen though, then this is... Again, this is just like a Cartesia start. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. Ascending Tri-Brigade Makuria. Okay, so we actually have... We have a bit more of a stronger play, so this is pretty good. I'm gonna be able to banish. We have already used Shrouded, so this isn't the best search. I'm just gonna go with Kit. I might not get used this turn at all. Lebellion in attack position is Strange. Humildus is branded. You can see the deck size. No, it's not Ubel. In the mirror match, putting this in defense position is actually like a big deal because 3k is like a critical number. Like you can't... There aren't many monsters that are just big enough to walk over the 3k. So a Lebellion in defense position demands an out, right? Like it forces your opponent to use a card effect to out it. So I actually think this should probably be in defense position. We're probably just fusing it away though, so it's not gonna matter. Get up branded lost. We chose to send branded sword. We're still not sending retribution. How are we getting to branded fusion? What is the plan to get to branded fusion? It can't be the kit. There's no way it's the kit, right? Summoning Albaz. Makes sense. We don't play a second Cartesia. And we already have one. Even if we do play a second Cartesia. What's the reason to want to summon this? You are fused now into Albion. Into Granigonal that way. Are you trying to play around Ash? So from this position, what I would do is activate Cartesia. I would fuse where the Lebellion. I would summon Grand Guano. I would send... I guess we have to send Albion, right? Because we've already used Lebellion. We've already used Lebellion to tribute. So if we branded fusion for Albion, we're not gonna be able to tribute it. I'm slightly confused by this. I'll have to see what they have. Honestly, it's playing a little bit like they already have branded fusion in hand. So I'm just gonna keep watching. Infuse these two for Albion. Okay, they're just completely trying to play around Ash, I guess. Sword adds back the Makuria, so now we have a negate for Ash when we activate Branded Fusion. I guess that's the plan. So we add basically an Albaz here is probably best. That fuses with the Cartesia on the opponent's turn. We make Furious, we summon the kit, we search Branded Fusion, we put back one of our original cards so we keep the Muck, the Branded Fusion, and the Albaz. Now we fuse with the Albion to make Mirror Jade. That's how we get Albion into the graveyard. And we were 5 Albaz? Is that good? Is that worth it? Probably. Yeah, that's probably fine, because if we don't have to use this one in hand, then that's good. We get to keep it as a discard. Yeah, and then we set Banishment. Banishment is good here. I like Banishment. This is a good board. I think this is well played. I was very confused at the start, but I see the plan was to activate Branded Fusion while we had a negate for Ash. I'm not sure if we've seen Ash from Tiras or if you can really expect it, but either way, this was good. So the board is a pop, a banish, a banishment, and a gate for a monster effect. A fuse with an Albaz on the field, so you can make wait, where's the Makuria? Am I missing something? What happened? They sent Albaz from the hand, not the deck. Right. Yeah, okay. So, in that case, it was definitely better not to grab Albaz. Or at the very least, put it back on the bottom of the deck. So this is the Makuria, but we don't have the Albaz in the hand, right? It would have been better to just have another card in the hand here, and then we could have used Albaz from the deck, but it's actually not that impactful. It just means that we're lacking a discard right away. It's still a really strong board though, and in the mirror match this is really good. They need to show some really good board breakers to beat this. If they try to go battle phase, we can go Sanctifier. They have Branded Fusion. It's a good one. We go ahead for Rebellion. Renbrum would have been decently strong. Discarding Thrust probably means they have another Thrust, because that would be a really good card in this matchup. And now they make Mirror Jade. They're just forcing things right away. Why do we chain? So Shunbun makes it so that they now know that they can just banish Furious or Cartesia. If you just let it resolve, then you can let the Mirror Jade get banished, I think, and then have these available. Is that better than putting Ringbroom into the graveyard? We do have Albaz here. And is this better than just negating the Albion, the Mirror Jade? With Makuria? I think it might have been better to negate with Makuria. Because are you gonna be able to negate an end phase effect? Because if you banish Mirror Jade, they're gonna be able to destroy your field first, so you can't negate. You don't have the monsters on the board, right, to negate? I think maybe negating this Mirror Jade was stronger. Right. Now it's dealt with 2 of your cards instead of just 1. 2 of your destructions. And a Gold Sarcophagus. Yeah, they've already been through the tragedy. So now they have Shrouded and Aliber in hand. 3 unknowns. And we choose to negate this. This is normally the best in the Korea in the mirror match, because it searches branded fusion, but because they already have resolved branded fusion, that's why I was tempted to use the mug. It's still pretty good. This can get branded lost, which is very good in the mirror match, but how good it is after we've already used branded fusion is questionable. This is a fine McCurry, I know. This is fine to use it here. Probably best at this point to use it here. And they set free and pass. Wow. Okay, so they wipe the board. Mirror Jade triggers to get rid of this Alibi. How do you want to play this? So they kind of lost a lot. If you Windburn or 5 Albaz, you can make like a bad Furion, like an Rebellion, no effect, or a Caritas. You don't really want to do that. You have to add back Cartesia, but you don't have. The Cartesia got banished. Okay, so you don't even have that play available. It's just banishment. You basically just have banishment. They set the Branded King, which now negates the banishment. So they use it now, summon Mirror Jade. Are they even gonna fuse? I think you are gonna fuse. You don't really have a lot of good branded lost targets. Electric Kit is gone, and we know you have 3 Albaz. I guess you have Retribution available. But yeah, you do need to do something about the Albaz situation. If you can't resolve branded fusion. So I think you just leave this here. And then activate it to try and get follow this way. This will search for branded in white. Yeah. And we go branded red right away. We're trying to play around the branded lost window. Right, because they could go activate branded in white right away. So we're going for... What are we trying to go for? They're adding Tragedy? There's nothing on the field. We can't make Chimera. Do we have something to chain that can put something on the field? We know this is the branded king. Is one of these a branded banishment? I didn't think Tiras was playing banishment. You chain Max C? Is that right? Do you chain Max C? Do you chain Maxi? Can't you predict that there is some secondary Spasher summon going on here? Because this tragedy does nothing. Oh, okay, maybe it's just Albaz in the hand, and we want to put a fusion on the field so that we can then chain to the branded in white. That might be the play, which is fine, I guess, and then that's why the Maxi is also fine. Yeah, we just resolve. I don't think this player is playing banishment. Yeah, it's Albaz in the hand, we make a Lubellion. No effects. Defense position Lubellion can't be beat over by Mirror Jade, so we can't attack over it first, which means this branded king does stop the branded in white. Question is, what is this Maxi draw? Activate the branded in white. This will prompt the branded king. So now the branded lost is negated. We don't draw anything, we just pass. This is slightly suspicious from Mateus because we have been through all 3 Albaz. We still have a lot right now though because Mirror Jade is live again, Rinburm is live, we have a discard. So there's still some play to be had. We still have our Lubellion, whereas the Lubellion has been used up. So we could outgrind this. Mateus could outgrind this. They go for their own branded in white. Okay, so in this situation, I think... What do you want to do as Tiras? I think you want to banish this and this to make Mara Jade. Is that by good? It's not really a great option. Yeah, there really isn't a great option. Because if you summon Mara Jade, you can banish the Mara Jade and they can banish yours, and they just cancel each other out, and then the Rinbrum kind of beats you. So these other cards have to do some heavy lifting, I think, for 2S. You could maybe make Furious Dragon to get rid of the Branded Lost. That would be okay. Let's see what they choose. They do go for the Mara Jade instead. And they use it, sending another Albion, which you now own. We've sent Titanic Powder. It isn't going to be able to summon Albaz, but it could summon a second Quen if we play it. I think this player probably does playing a second Quen because this looks a lot like an Abo list, and Abo loves double Quen, so I think this is getting a second Quen, which is going to be able to get the Retribution, which will let us use Branded and White again. So the Mara Jade triggers, ours doesn't trigger, or the Mateus's doesn't trigger because it wasn't fusion summoned, so these mostly stay on the board. End phase we get by Branded King. And now we add opening? Yeah, this is definitely a case of not playing Banishment. I think we would have set Banishment instead of Branded King last turn. And we definitely would have set it now if we had it. So I'm gonna go for this opening right away. Summon Glenn. And we are gonna add this back. What is this? What is this threatening to do? Kind of don't have anything in the graveyard. This is not a target for Glenn because this was sent by Mara Jade. So adding back the Kachizia. What is the reason for this? Do we have Super Poly set? We're gonna go Rinbum now. If this is a Super Poly set, this is gonna be a crazy blowout. But if not, we get to make Sanctifier with Glenn. Sanctifier revives our own Furious Dragon. Potentially, maybe Albaz to make Lebellion. Fuse the Lebellion to make Mara Jade. This could be really good if it resolves some Mateus. No, they don't. They have Droglets. And he sent us Set Retribution, which is gonna let them add back Branded Fusion next turn, if they survive. It's looking pretty good. The question now is, do they have that second Quem? That second Quem with Titanic Lead will let them... Okay, they're going for the Branded Fusion now. Why do they want to add it back now? I'm not sure. We add the High Spirits. Do we have that second Quem? Yes, we do. So this can send a Retribution. Now we have good play. We can actually get the Branded in Blight and play under the Branded Lost. That should be enough to break this board. Still don't know this last back row though. The cards in hand is Cartesia and Branded Fusion. So this is pretty good for Mateus. Yeah, they go for the Retribution. Add back the Branded in Might. And now they can... They could actually have added the Branded Fusion and then used this Albaz from the field for Albion. That would have been kind of good. If you'd added back Branded Fusion, activate Branded Fusion, fuse this Albaz with any Light Monster from the deck, basically, into Albion. Activate Albion Chainlink 1, Clem Chainlink 2 targeting Albaz, Chainlink 3 Branded Lost. Then we get to make Lubellion with Albion. Albaz gets to discard, makes Marajade with this Lubellion. And Lubellion gets to make a Sanctifier or a Cadrigo's Depelia. That's pretty strong. There must be a lethal line there somewhere. Yeah, that is lethal. That's lethal on the spot, right? Because you can get to banish this Quen. And then we attack for lethal. Sanctifier, Marajade, Albion, and Quen over the Alaba is lethal. So we could have added Branded Fusion and then attacked for lethal with just that, and I don't even know what the last two cards in hand are. But now we have Branded in white. I'm gonna go for the Bellion this way. This also probably leads to a lethal line. Wait. And wrong. I was mistaken. Okay, I thought that they had... I was looking at their banished. I thought they had multiple Albars. They don't. They only have one in the graveyard. Right? So that line I said with the Branded Fusion doesn't work. You can still do something like that, where you revive the Albaz and infuse of it, but it's not quite what I said. But either way, they're going for it this way. We're getting Cartesia. Reviving Albion just because it's big. This probably ends up being lethal. If we do a branded spell, we can summon the shadow from the hand for even more damage. There's Marajade. Not using the extra Monster Zone. I don't like the extra Monster Zone. Because this isn't legal. Could we not have summoned to the extra Monster Zone and then summoned the Cartesia? Right. If we had summoned to the extra Monster Zone and then special the Cartesia, we can use Cartesia to fuse the Shrouded in the hand with the Lubellions for Drago's Depelia, which would have been lethal. You hit for 2700 more and then 1500 more. Or if we had a branded Spellotrat as the last card, we could just summon the Shrouded from the hand. So this was also lethal if we summoned Marajade. Yeah. Oh, we're just gonna draw a card now. On add back. They get back the Branded King. We get High Spirits. These don't really do anything at this point. We banished with Marajade, sending a Sanctifier. Rebellion is used. Extra deck is basically out of plays now for Albaz cards, basically. Meridian's used up. There's no Destruction on this board. There's not a free zone for Quen. And I'm pretty sure there's no Muck in the hand. So, what does Tiras do here? We know that there is Branded Fusion. They could probably come back. They can probably break this board now. They finally get their Tragedy. Now they can go Branded Fusion into Titaniclad. So they've already also used both Albion. Yeah, and the Lubellion is also used up. So they have to go with this. They can tribute this for Lubellion to get Branded Lost. But it doesn't go anywhere. They need more plays. There's Cartesia. Okay, they are playing. This Grand Guinal, this can be another Retribution. No, they're gonna send Nephthys. What does Nephthys do here? It doesn't trio when destroyed by battle. They must play just one Retribution. Right, because if they played a second one, they could send Shrouded, add back the Branded in white, And then maybe play... How many Mirror Jades have they been through? 1, 2... They still have the Furious Dragon available. So yeah, they could have done to Barlett Furious, but I guess they just don't have another Retribution. No, we do know they play 2 Retribution. We've seen this player have 2 Retribution. Maybe this set here is the 2nd Retribution? It has to be, right? That also explains why summoning Lubellion was... Well, they had to summon the Lubellion. But this has to be the 2nd Retribution, right? Because you would send it here instead of Nepthys to Jaded. Anyway, let's keep watching. The attack of the Quen first, then over the Albaz. It's almost legal, but not quite. Now we get Branded Lost. No, they play Branded Beast. They play Branded Beast. Oh my god. And this is why sending the Nepthys is really good. Okay, so maybe this was a choice. Maybe this isn't Retribution. Maybe they just sold the line. They thought that they wanted to go for this. Okay, why did they go battle phase first is my question. I guess because, yeah, you want to attack over both monsters. You're attributing this now, so you would only have 1 monster. They popped the Mirror Jade, which can trigger. But I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. We do have Branded and Branded Opening, I mean. We're gonna banish... Why are we banishing them, Mirror Jade? What's the reason for that? But is there a better target? Is it? Wait. Yeah, isn't banishing... Aren't these terrible choices? Don't we want to banish... the 3rd Albaz? Isn't that what you want to banish? Right? No, one of the Albaz is back in the deck, but don't you want to banish this Albaz? And then maybe like the Branded Fusion or the Branded in White? I don't think banishing this and this does anything. Maybe though, maybe. I guess so, that you don't really have much fusion targets to make. Could be Quen. Maybe it is just these. Yeah. Either way, you banish the Albion. Could also be Brand of Lost. Albion's probably fine too. At this point, there's so low on resources, and it's kind of hard to judge what you want to get rid of because the extra deck doesn't have plays, really. So like, do you take away extenders for them, or do you just take away like big bodies like the Albion and the Mirror Jade in case they can revive it? Right? I feel like that's probably the better choice. Because theoretically, this player, Mateus, can still get to Tragedy to reset like the banishment, which would be really good. And especially if that gets to revive Mirror Jade. So maybe it is correct to go after the Mirror Jade, yeah. As weird as it looks. They also get to banish their own Macaria, which triggers, such as roll Cartesia. End phase. Everything dies. Okay. So any no more summon should win the game. We know they have Shrouded. No, we don't. They use the Shrouded. Yeah, this is a tough position. Doesn't this player have Branded Opaly? Yeah, why didn't they want to protect their Grand Grenal? I think they should have protected with Grand Grenal. Because now you just died to a normal summon. Right? You just died to a normal summon. Maybe they're extremely low on time. Maybe that's why they just targeted these 2 cards. The Mirror Jade and the High Spirits. Maybe this wasn't a choice. Even though I think it does kind of make sense to banish this. I think they should have had... I think they should have protected. Because now they're just dead. Yeah. Wow. Why didn't you protect? They must have been really low on time. Okay, next match we have Magawao going first versus Tiger Shark. They're going first with Snake Eye, any hand traps from Tiger Shark? That is the question. There is a Max C. And we have Cross Out. Fair enough. So I'm gonna speed this one up. Tiger Shark was playing the Spy deck at some point, so hopefully we get to see that again. That was a cool deck. Oh, we have Ash. Okay. But we have a normal Ulcanix. Chain Kieran. Okay, sure, so we get to revive the Ulcanix and summon Garunix. And trigger Ponix. That's pretty good. So we actually get quite a bit here, even though our Snake Eye plays were stopped. We're probably gonna go... Yeah, we're not gonna get Skybound when we get Sanctuary. Island. Pop the last card, which is Arvatash. That's another body on the board. We actually have almost as much bodies as Snake Eye here. Arvata doesn't actually make that much of a difference because we would have just popped it on the deck anyway. That's the second Ponix, by the way, in Magawa's list. I think we knew that already. We're playing quite a heavy fighting build. We saw multiple island as well. So now they go Princess, probably add summon some Sunlight Wolf. Yep. Ambler Whale. Add back Kieran. Yeah, this is fairly straightforward. And we have IP as well. We choose to make them into Appaloosa, it makes sense. This is 4 cards. This is a pretty good board. It looks almost exactly like the Snake Eye board is anyway when you resolve the Snake Eye cards. So we have Appaloosa for 2, Princess into IP when we pop the Ambler Whale with Gan. Garunix pops a second one, revives Arvata, destroys a card. Yeah, this is too much to deal with. Let's see. Let's see if 4 cards can deal with it. Nope, I just choose to pass. Choosing to pass. I guess they must have completely bricked because there's no way you don't get lethal here. You can just summon with Kieran and summon Garunix and it's lethal already. Yeah, don't even need to activate anything. No need to play into, like, Gamma, I guess? Nibiru? You have an out for all of those cards anyway. Yeah, unfortunate Snake Eye going first. So now we have Ben going first. Playing what looks like Snake Eye Fire King. Ash on 1-for-1 is big. And it resolves. Do we have any other way to extend? Let's see. Yes, we have Poplar. And we have Gamma. Okay. Interesting choice to Ash 1-for-1 and then Gamma Poplar. So if you had waited for the 1-for-1 to resolve, it would have no doubt summoned Snake Eye Ash. And then if you Gamma Snake Eye Ash, you have an Ash still in hand as your opponent passes turn. You have Ash, which is a negate from Mike C. And if not, you just have Ash and still, right, for a grind game. If your opponent extends with something, you can still Ash that. You could Ash the Poplar here. Was it really better to do it this way around? Because let's say the opponent just passed, this Gamma would be dead. So I feel like I would be tempted to try and Gamma like as soon as possible. but it's gonna work out the same, basically. You get to destroy the pop though, which is a bonus, I guess. You set one pass. Let's see, do we get hit with Maxi here? Spirit Gates. So Yubel versus Fire King. We do get hit with Maxi. But we have Cold Bite anyway. Okay, we didn't need that. Oh, never mind, we needed it. We have Cross Out. So if we had kept the Ash, we could have chained Ash to Maxi, they would chain Cross Out, and then we would chain Cold Bite, and we'd win the game. But now, because we chose to Ash first, we're getting punished? I guess not really, because they had the Poplar, right? So this situation only comes up if they don't have the extender. But they did. So you would have to use the Ash anyway. So this Maxi is resolving no matter what. And they just choose the best. Yeah, they say you should just draw a top deck. And if it's a starter, so be it. If they have an Ash or like a Maxi of their own, then they can just beat even a starter good. But it wasn't a starter, and now they get to keep playing. And let's speed up this combo. It's gonna take a while for Yubel to find lethal, but they should do it. There we go. That's the lethal line, the Cast Angel plus the access code. Slightly interesting game, but not gonna lie, not that interesting. Okay, next one we have Eric going first against Task here. Task is on 40 cards, which means the second deck, not the tier deck. I believe we've seen the second deck. I've just forgotten what it is. Was it Stun? Was he playing Stun? Or was it Labyrinth? Well, we'll find out. This is Voice This Voice. I don't think we've seen Eric play anything else yet. Adding Cerebus. Get hit with Maxi. And it resolves. I swear we've seen so many Maxis resolve in the World Championship. My Maxis never resolve. So we had Skull Guardian. We knew that they had that because they searched for Cerebus. Normal summon low, bring out Barrier. Kind of full combo while giving just one draw. Yeah, especially if we have this. So we have Cerebus in hand, which will be able to be ritual summoned whenever something else is summoned. We have the trap to pop 2 if we have the ritual first, the Cerebus on the field first. And we have the negate, so good luck. Isn't the strongest field though? Okay, we also have Ash. Task is playing Voiceless Voice, by the way. So it's a voiceless mirror match. I guess you were supposed to Ash this because they'd send Entis, they could pop your trap card. Would that be that scary? Maybe. Well, they could pop your barrier, I guess that's also pretty good. So we choose to pop barrier, which makes some sense. We know that we're not getting Lee-Hilled, so we are just trying to take away follow-up. It's also going to be targeting protection, so we wouldn't get a chance to destroy anything else. We are going to ritual summon. We already used that negate, which... Was this premature? Should we not have activated this yet? To negate Saphira? Wasn't that kind of risky? I think negating the second effect in the graveyard might have been the better play. So now they get the trap. They have pre-prep. We know the last card is Cerberus. They add the other Cerberus. Now they crash the Skull Guardians. And the situation is... how good is this for Task? So we still have Barrier. Eric still has Barrier. We know this is Cerberus in hand. Are we just gonna go SP Banj Barrier and put both players on basically no cards? But Task at least has, like, some pressure? That's probably the plan. We're gonna go Minor. Oh, okay. This is crazy in the mirror match. We have Liner to Trias? Can you take Skull Guardian? Is that legal to take Spell Guardian? I imagine it's not, otherwise we probably would have done that. Now we make Chaos Angel, okay. Chaos Angel, Banish Barrier. And then Vert, oh I see. I see Task is playing this. I remember, yeah, he's playing the Javelin Lock. Which I think is really strong in Voiceless. I think you should play this in Voiceless. And now this probably wins the game. So you put... oh, they can summon the Skull Guardian. They summon it to their field and then Ash to Eric's field? So that we have a negate? That's... is that better than doing the Javelin Lock? Is that better than doing the Javelin Lock? You can put Ash on their field in attack position and then Jalgan in defense. You can't make Typhon. They probably just pass. And then you can sack the game somehow. But I guess you wouldn't have had much follow-up. So I just wanted to get follow-up this way though. You can bounce the Skull Guardian back to the hand, which comes back to Eric's hand. And it's not that bad though because they can't do anything else. Yeah, and they choose to bounce the Sanctifier instead. Yeah, but just lose to this. We add Blessing, and this should be pretty trivial. We don't need to activate effects to summon and hit the lethal. So you summon the second Skull Guardian. Summon back below. And attack for game. Nice. That was a good voiceless voice. Mirror match. So Tiger Shark is going second again. Versus Yubel. Ah, this is rough. Do they have any hand traps? Nightmare Throne and Spiricates? It's crazy. A speed up this combo doesn't look like they have any hand traps. So this should be a full board. This should be Appaloosa for free, Rage, Escape, Phantom. If they want to make Ibly luck, they can do that as well if they're playing it. I don't think we've seen Ibly from this player, but I could be mistaken. Yeah, Appaloosa for 2 still? Do they have plans to go further? Because they have a lot of extra material that they don't need right now. There's Rage, there's Escape. Yeah, okay, so we are playing the Ibly lock, which is why we're doing it like this. Now we have Elf. Ibly goes to the field. Now we can revival in 2. Yeah. So good luck beating this board, honestly. Hella Rhino, Tiger Shark is playing tier. But I don't see how you're gonna break this board, unfortunately. You can chain block from the Appaloosa, but how do you play? One can't summon any of those. You can mill 2 more. I have Metalloys. Yeah, we can't use the Sharon either. Yeah, you can't play. You can't beat this board. Unfortunately. Have Mike C, that's just gonna get negated. Yep. Access code, and this should be cleaning up. Off the meta noise, add back Rhino Heart, doesn't really matter. Hot the Celiac, add a card to hand, doesn't really matter. And there's the Gas Angel. Still not lethal. You have to go Muckrake and revive the Gas Angel first. Wait, why are we not banishing the Ibly? Just banish the Ibly and attack for lethal. Okay, they really didn't want to banish the Ibly just in case. But fair enough. Well played to them. Can't do anything about a board like that. Today we have Ben going first, and this time they're playing Snake Eye. Okay. Task is on tier this time. Let's see. I don't expect many hand traps coming from Teal. I got draw 1 first. Was this? And if you draw Wanted and OSS, yeah, there's no way you can shuffle back first. Yeah, there's no way. You have to summon Daybellstar without effect. You have Sanctuary. You have OSS for the Royal Snake Eye Ash. Oh, we have a Habness. We mill just a beast to draw. Ah, that's not that good. That's not that good. So we're gonna go combo with Snake Eye Fighting now. Yep, fairly standard stuff. I guess this support is kind of weak. For some reason. Why is this board weak? What happened here? We returned? Kieran... Why is this board so weak? Was this misplayed? Was there not a better way to play this? I think this must have been misplayed, because there's no princess. We surely had a way to get to Princess and Amber Whale instead of Appaloosa, but maybe also as well as Appaloosa. At least like an IP. this has to have been misplayed. We have Maxi, but this called by... Oh, we activate our own Maxi. Are we gonna chain a Palooza? Probably. So we chain block from the Appaloosa, but we have Bela. Okay, Bela here, and oh, we also have Skybound. We're gonna pop the screen, right? Yeah, okay, so we're trying to cut them off of all their plays. Having Balaam is risky if you can let them know, but if you're gonna pop the nail, then this makes sense. If they have a shear and his extender, you can just negate that. This search doesn't mean that much. If you use Garunix to send Kirin and then pop Havnus with Kirin, it actually will trigger, so you can't do that. Instead they pop Rhino Heart, which they're gonna have to negate. Yeah, they have to negate. You know they searched for Matted Eyes? Yeah, so even though this was kind of a weak board, it was still strong enough. Maybe it was calculated. Maybe they knew that this board exactly would beat tier. Now we just finish up. This has to be the next noise. This is not a scary back row. Princess. Yeah, we can go here and pop our own Flamberge if you want, but no, we choose to put the back row just in case. And that is illegal. So Ben's team here did not get 5-0'd by Task's team. They have one on the board. Okay, so Magawa was going first. I swear this guy normal summons Okinix every game. Is it just me? Or is this guy normal summoning Okinix every game? We popped an Ash Blossom, by the way, which most mean a hand is suspicious. Adding Ponix. Looks like no hand traps from Eric. We're playing a 60 card deck, so this is Eric's second deck. This is the first time we've seen this from Eric, I believe. So let's fast forward. There's probably no hand traps. It could be branded, could be like a pile deck of some kind. Add back Ash Blossom, makes sense. So now we have Avata, Ambler Whale, Ash Blossom, and a set card. Okay, did we search for Skyvan with Ponix? I don't remember. I feel like we must have. Would it have been searched for nothing? Is Special Summon and searched for nothing? No, where's the Ponix? We have a Special Summon Ponix? Really? Am I missing it? We did summon it. We have to have summoned it. Yeah, we did. We added Skyburn. I thought because there's no Sanctuary on the field, this is what I get for skipping the turn and not watching it. But we have Skyburn as well. So Ash, Skyburn, Avata, Princess, into Governix. Not that much, but also definitely still a lot. Allure of Dawn. So this must be branded. Yeah, we banished Keeper. Activate another Allure of Darkness. And we banish Albaz. Damn. Didn't you want these cards? Don't you want these cards? Activate Branded Lost. And activate a third Allure of Darkness. We are playing 3 Allure of Darkness. And we bash Edgem Chain. Okay, we're playing a very Jurious build. Branded, we're on the Patchwork engine. That is interesting. Definitely interesting. I'm gonna send Albaz. Are we desperate for a play? We just drew like 7 cards. We just drew 7 cards. Oh, we sent Albaz, which is indicative of working. No, we finally found Alba and it's gonna get negated. Sure. So now we get to revive. We are going for the Garunix now. Well, the chain branded in red. Okay, so this is why we sent the Albaz. We're gonna use the Kirin to try and pop the branded loss. That was the plan. And we're gonna use Amber Well to revive Sunlight Wolf, I guess. We've chained Skybound. Top team of Branded Lost. Yeah, we can do this now because Kirin was originally gonna try and pop Branded Lost, but now we can try and pop whatever they summon with the branded in red. I wonder if you want to play around Chimera by popping Alover instead. You don't have to pop the Branded Lost in order to get your triggers because this is not activated as Chain Link 1. So we make Lubellion. Wait. Discard Retribution. So now we can get the Branded Lost back if we really want it. But I don't think we do, necessarily. What play do we have from you? We even have an effect Vela? Okay, so technically we didn't even need this Vela. Branded had to show something else anyway, because it would be on the new chain. Kirin would activate, attempt to pop the Mara Jade would have to jump, send something like Albion, banish the Garunix. The Mara Jade gets popped. It attempts to trigger to pop in the end phase, and then we also set like a branded banishment in the end phase. And that's not enough to stop the Snake Eye follow-up, I don't think. I guess there's no Snake Eye cards, but like the Viking Island probably can play. And but we have a Vela as well, which is extra rough. And it resolves. So now we get Kirin. Do we not want to search with Ponix? Oh, it's negated. It's negated. This one's from Avada. We use the Retribution, add back the Branded Lost. If we have Branded Fusion in hand, this is looking good for Branded. The only problem is there's still that Ash Blossom. So Branded to win this game, this basically has to be Branded Fusion plus Coldplay. It's Fusion deployment. You could Ash that. I guess Ashing that loses to exactly Branded Fusion. And on knock on this you lose from that position, but it would be pretty bad. So I think they're gonna hold it just for Branded Fusion. This, if it summons Albaz, it loses to Princess, so they have to go for Cartesia. But the thing is, Cartesia also kind of loses to Princess, right? Oh. Oh, they have Thirst. So, wasn't this... I guess you were just trying to bait the Ash with the fusion deployment. They can safely Ash this thrust. Yeah. And there's just nothing you can do now. If you had a monster to fuse with, then the princess wouldn't have beat the Cartesia because you could churn, use, Ranguinol, and I guess like Titanic Lead, and then end phase, add back the Cartesia, summon out Albaz, discard the Cartesia, make Mirror Jade. That would still be a play. You even get a branded Last Search in there somewhere. But the Titanic Blood would get ashed. Yeah, so you were kind of losing no matter what, right? Ash is beating you no matter what. You need to have branded fusion plus cold buy. So yeah, this is just another example of branded failing to beat the Snake Eye board and the Yubel boards. Yeah, it is the unfortunate truth. While the deck might be good at board breaking against good Snake Eye players and good Yubel players that actually make the optimal boards and then use them optimally, Branded just can't play into it. It loses. It can't beat their interruptions. Never mind things like Ash and Vela and Impalm and Maxi as well. So we push the Cartesia and attack for lethal. Wow. That is 5-1 to Magalo's team here. Rough. Okay, so now for the last match of round 2, we have KG versus Cam. This should be Pearly going first. Start with Lily. We have Vela Mats. The right time to use Vela normally on the Black Cat, so checks out. We do have the second effect available if we have a spell to get to the second copy, which is what we're gonna do, and we have Delicious as well. Activating Streets after summoning? When do we do that? Don't we want to activate Street first? Right? If we see Vela, then the possibility of another Vela is not impossible, and there's also Impalm as well. If you activate Street after summoning the Black Cat, then they could just chain the Impalm to the Street so that they can still target this. So I think we definitely should have activated this first. But they don't appear to have anything. And we make Plump. Plump doesn't have anything to attach here, and we discarded Maxi. Probably a sign this is another spell that we want to activate. And it's not. Does that mean it's the trap card? I guess it must be the trap card. There's no reason to keep something like an Impalm over Maxi, I think. Another thing that I would be thinking about is if this was a spell, maybe just giving up on the Street and using it to summon might have been better. But I don't think it's a spell. I think it's the trap. That's the only thing I can think of that we'd rather discard the Maxi for. Because this currently is not really a play. We have a draw 1, but that's not very good. So this has to be the trap, or this board just doesn't have anything. Yeah, and it is the trap. Makes sense. Now we have Noir. We draw 1 in the standby phase. And Cam is playing Yubel. Okay, we start with a frame 1 Lotus, putting back, not Lotus, Phantom, but we put back the Lotus, which means we'd probably have another 1-cut starter. Wouldn't be surprised to see another Lotus. Or like a Nightmare Throne. Yeah, Nightmare Throne. Which ain't Ash, so one of our draws was Ash. That's pretty nice. We choose not to negate. Because you already have a Lotus in hand? Sure. Well, our hand was really good for Cam. This might be where we try to use Noir. So when you try to activate Nightmare Pain, you can chain to spin with Noir, probably the Nightmare Pain itself. And then when they chain Phantom, you can chain the Noir again to target the Nightmare Pain. That's probably the best attempt, but the problem is they still get material, and if the card in hand is an extender, then it could be quite good for Cam. Yeah, we're chaining Noir. And we target a Nightmare Pain, you chain a Yubel, and we chain again. Exactly. This is probably the best attempt from KG. Yeah, so now we get Yubel to summon, and we have material for a second Phantom, which means we had access to 3 bodies, that probably goes quite far here. At the very least we can do, like, Rage plays, the Unchained cards. The one for Charma though. Is that good? Was that a misplay? If you try to revive the Perlini, you just get hit with the trap to shuffle it back, and there's no other dark target, so this was just a vanilla. Has to be, right? There's no way Cam forgot about this. There's no way you forget the trap. Okay. So the dark isn't summoned. It must be bait. Must be trying to force the trap now. Okay, we have Shavar in hand, which explains why we didn't want to go for Yama. And now we get Frown, we get Yubel back. Yeah, this is just kind of full combo from this point. They're not going to be able to lethal, I don't think. You can't crash because there's no Nightmare Pain. Linking away here, you can't target the Noir because of Straight, so you target the Lily. Access code, yeah, only has two names, so we do have to pop the Straight and then attack over the Noir, but that's fine. Putting Pearly on no cards is basically winning anyway. So we go Yama, add back the Shalvara. And this should be winning for you, Bill. In the main phase 2, we will make the last Phantom, and we're good to go. In defense position, I've seen this before. I think Cam has done this every time. Why is a Phantom in defense? I get that when you don't have Nightmare Pain, it is protection from like Darkroller no more or something. But I saw him do it even when we did have Nightmare Pain, which doesn't make sense to me. It's a good start, but we can negate that. We have the ability to rank up into the Plump again, so yeah, we have to pop the Pearly. We don't chain, but at this point I don't think it matters. We could wait for the second effect, but with one card left in hand, there's just nothing KG could have. If it was Happy Memory, that would incidentally be kind of good, but it wasn't, so Yubel is just gonna win here. Speed this up. That is legal. Paley not looking so good in Worlds so far. So now we have G going first here with Fire King Snake Eye. This is a 44 card deck, which is a bit high for Fire King, I think. You really want to try and make that 40 cards if you can. And, well, we opened Ash, and we destroyed it with Alpinix, and we also opened Gamma. Okay, so the hand looked awkward, but also kind of good. So if you destroy Ash, you can obviously add it back with some White Wolf. So you don't actually mind destroying Ash, isn't as bad as it looks. I am curious about the Gamma. If we have Gamma in our hand, would it not be good to start the Bellstone and then activate the OSS and try to bait an Ash or a Maxi? And then if they have one of those cards, we chain the Gamma and we basically just win the game immediately? Was it that good to start Oakenix? Maybe there was no other card in our hand that we wanted to discard? I guess that makes sense. We still have one unknown. If you discard the Ash, then you don't have a fire to destroy with Oakenix normal summon. This is probably the better way to play it, because as good as Gamma is to have on your own turn, we had extension to a hand trap on Oakenix anyway, which would have been, you know, the day Bellstar, so we had an ult to Maxi anyway. I think this hand was fine no matter which way you play it. I think this is probably the better way to play than trying to high roll with Gamma. Set OSS. Doesn't look like we have any hand traps. So this is going to be a huge board here. We're going to at some point go through Sunlight Wolf to add back Ash. Oakenix will trigger to summon the Garunix. I don't think we're going to get Kieran to the hand, which is one small downside about this, but I guess it's still worth adding back Ash over Kieran. Yeah, we'll choose to pop Kieran from the deck just to have access to it instead of Abato. I'm not sure if that is correct. Maybe the last card in hand is Abato. This is maybe a Heat Soul. Yeah, we add back the Ash. Are we gonna make Heat Soul? Yes, we are. Okay. So we're gonna go Heat Soul into Appaloosa most likely. And now we have full Snake Eye combo. Choosing to send Bellstar, not the Sanctuary. We want to keep Sanctuary for an interruption, I guess. That's fine. Speed this up. We play Temple, we add the Temple. Placing Garunix in the back row, just for fun, I guess. Choose to go through Oak. But we went through Oak, also just kind of for fun. Is there a reason to go through Oak? We didn't send Sanctuary, so we're not fussing, because we're just sending our monsters from the field anyway. So would it not have been fine to keep Oak in the deck for OSS? It is more follow-up if you're gonna go for Flamberge here, and you resolve Flamberge on the opponent's turn, then... Wait. Yeah, we special summoned Flamberge already, and then we linked it off. I just paused at a strange time, mid-link summon. Yeah, there we go. So, if you resolve Flamberge on the opponent's turn, it is more follow-up if you have Oak available. So that is one thing. And the board is going to be so strong that maybe you don't need follow-up. Let's keep watching. Yeah, we revive Flamberge, we're going to push Oakenix. This is the same thing as pushing IP, because you get to Ambler Whale, and then when you summon the Oakenix, you pop the Ambler Whale, which just brings back the IP. So it's the same thing with extra steps, but it also lets you search for the cure. So this was very well played by Urena here. And we have a set card. What can we do over here? I forget which deck this player is playing. Looks like the Snake Eye Mirror Match. This board is going to be tough to break without board breakers, I think. Just negate Ash? Yeah, no reason not to negate Ash. We do have a board break. Okay. So we're trying to take control. Taking Appaloosa is cool, but there's actually only one negate on it, so like this board plays a little bit around talents by making a small Appaloosa. And we're choosing to chain Flamberge so that they don't steal it. If they take Okanix, can they trigger it? I'm not sure on the rolling here. But we have Maxi anyway, which is probably huge. Coldbite is the best answer. If they had Ash, they could just negate the Ash. And the Coldbite resolved, so at least there's no Maxi. We have a chance on this side. I think we're gonna take Vulcanix. Yeah, we take Vulcanix, so at the very least, we deny Kieran, and we also get to resolve Vulcanix ourselves. Wow, that is a nice rolling. We can negate it though. That is a free negate, because this wasn't even our effects to begin with. We have Wanted as an extender. Problem is there's still just too much disruption from the graveyard, right? So I think you have to use Princess here. Choosing to target Diet Bellstar. Oh, we even have Impalm. Wow, okay. So that is gonna stop everything. We're gonna get to revive the Sunlight Wolf. We can't revive IP because we're locked under the fire lock now with Princess. So that is a small victory for this player, but I think it's too much. Oh, Heat Soul. Yeah, we get to revive Heat Soul, that's better. We get to draw a card. Garunit is gonna pop Snake Eye Ash in the May. I wonder what we can possibly have to keep playing at this point. Probably, like... It would have to be a hard-drawn OSS, but since we activated the Diabellstar and the Wanted is in the graveyard, this can't be OSS, right? Unless we play more than one. We destroy Snake Eye Ash, and yeah, we have no extension. Vulcanix got destroyed for some reason. Why did the Kings get destroyed? What am I missing? Oh, because it has to return to the field. And it can't. There's no space. That is an interesting rolling. I didn't know that. I felt that it would go to the graveyard, but I didn't think that it gets destroyed. Or does it get destroyed? Would this trigger it? Theoretically, I guess it would, right? If we had a target in deck. But at this point, it's just attack for lethal. You can summon Avata just to play around. A hand trap, I guess. But yeah, that was a very, very good 10-1 from Seiko. Okay, we have Seti going first. Looks like branded, it's 60 cards. I'm pretty sure Jesse is the only 60 card deck we've seen that isn't branded so far. Yeah, it's branded. So starting with Shrouded Send Retribution. Surely this means we have a plan, right? Otherwise we would send Elbaz. Yeah, we have deployment, so it looks like we're maybe trying to access Cartesia. Okay, we have a Hajan branded fusion. I was thinking we wanted to access branded fusions through the Cartesia, but no, we just have branded fusion. And we tried to summon first because we want to protect our fusion summon from Impom and Vela. We're going for Tragedy. This makes Lubellion. So I'll let them complete the play first and then I'll give my opinion. We discard Elbaz and we search for Alova. We could also search Quan, let's see what they prefer. No, they get Alova. And we make Mirajade. Right, so It makes sense to want to summon Lubellion and send Tragedy so that you can search a normal summon, because we've not used our normal summon yet. The trade-off is that you have given up Albion, which Albion is really efficient sending Lubellion, right? Because you get to bring out Branded Lost and put Albion into the graveyard for the entries, which means, well, you have Albion and Branded Lost. The Alba can search for Branded Lost now, but you still are missing the Albion in the end phase. So it's just less efficient to do it this way. And the reason why going for Albion might not be the right play is because there's currently no Dark Monster in rotation, so you can't make Mirror Jade through Lubellion. You would have to do something else, which, if it's a Dark Monster that we want to banish from our hand, that probably means this is the best play. We do search for Branded Lost. Now we can search when we fuse with Cartesia. This probably sends the Albion, because that is the most important piece that you're missing. With Retribution in the graveyard, we could not use this, we could just leave this for follow-up. Let's see what they try to search. This could just be Mercuria, right? And then send Albion, and that could be the whole turn. Let's see if they have more. Okay, they go for Kit, and they send Requiem. Okay, so we are playing the Requiem lock, and we're gonna go for the Kit. This makes sense. So if we're playing the Requiem lock, we're obviously trying to get to Sanctifier. Kit can search for Branded in white, which is gonna get to the Sanctifier. We have this Albaz in the graveyard that we discarded, which isn't Branded in red instead of Branded in white. And now we're activating Mirror Jade. This is probably fine. This is probably good. This is the Branded in red. Clearly, we're gonna get to Quem, we're gonna banish this Kit, and then we're gonna be able to flip the Branded in red, mix Sanctifier with the Grand Gonal, summon out the Requiem, and the Titanic Blood is gonna have Quem, which can, I guess, revive Cartesia. Might be a good play. We'll have to see. It's just a little strange. It makes sense to want to use the Branded in red on the opponent's turn, because then you can summon the Requiem under the Branded Lost window, so you're not losing to something like Cold Bite. You would lose to Cold Bite on the Branded in red anyway, but it's nice to be able to not respond to Sanctifier. You send another Cartesia so that we can add one back, and then revive the second one, I guess. That must be our plan. In general, I really, really dislike any line and use this Mirror Jade on turn 1, and then doesn't have it live, because this is your best disruption. And your most reliable disruption is a Mirror Jade. So, since we don't have that anymore, I don't like this line. If we get Cold Bite on Branded in red, I'm pretty sure we just have nothing. We have absolutely nothing, right? Except Quen. But Quen doesn't revive anything that good because the Albaz will be gone. So it will be Cartesia. Let's see. Let's watch what happens. We flip it right away, and it resolves. Never Cold Bite. Not my opponents. So we choose to banish the Cartesia in the hand so that we can keep Grand Granol. We get a search with Chain. We put Cartesia on our field, that makes sense, and we put a Requiem on their field. It's another lock. If this player is playing Branded, which it looks like they are, right? They're playing 51 cards. I'm pretty sure we know this player plays Branded. The only way to out this would be like a tribute summon of a Bestial. Setra Mercuria. What do we have? Rust? for a lure, so we'll just try and find that bestial, I guess. I'm gonna chain high spirits. Okay, and this is to search for Mercuria so that we can get another draw with Shrouded. Banish the Mercuria, get that free +1. And now we're gonna try and find that bestial. Oh, we have it. We found it. Mercuria here makes sense. They know that the bestial is the out, so you can just negate this. Everything in defense position, by the way, very good. And you can't crash this. Okay, we didn't find the bestial, so we are just gonna get Branded Fusion. Set 4 and pass. Okay, so end of the main phase, we're gonna fuse away like this. This is a decent plan. If you're gonna use the Mara Jade, at least have a way to get rid of it so that you could summon another one, or like your Quam can summon it back. This works out very nicely. Would have been even stronger if the Mara Jade was just live to begin with. I can't think of a combo line that would have been better though for this hand, so this is probably the right line to go for. We get back the Mara Jade here, but it honestly doesn't mean that much. I'm pretty sure they're just dead to the lock. We know one of these sets is Branded Fusion. Having no card in hand actually makes these sets less scary, because it means there's definitely no super poly. We can get a discard with the Retribution, I guess. So there is that. We're adding back the Branded and Red. If we play Chimera, we'd probably want to draw phase priority, activate the Branded and Red, target the Tragedy, or the Branded, or the Elobur, I guess, and then just go straight for Chimera, pop 2 of the back row. That would be best. I also noticed that we did get a discard in the end, so we still kinda have to respect Super Pulley a little bit. No, they're gonna go to the main phase and they're gonna try to reset first. Okay, activate Branded Fusion. And for Rebellion again. Maybe they don't play Chimera. Rebellion into Albion is an interesting line. Now we're going Branded in Red now. Is this for Chimera? It looks like a Chimera. Yeah. So we just wanted to make better use of our bodies first. Of the bodies on the board. Yeah, okay. So they wanted to make it so that they could activate Pop 2 and Pop 1 all in the same chain under the Branded Lost window, which is very nice, very well done. Although I guess it was slightly messed up, right? Because why did we not chain the Furious to the Chimera? Why did we let it resolve first? But it doesn't really make a difference. We know that these cards don't do anything, they're all likely bluffs. No, it's just easy lethal. Very well played by Fretty, I think. They made a slightly strange... Well, it wasn't strange, it was just different to how I would have played it, so... but it's still very valid. I think this might have been the strongest way to play the hand, all things considered. So well played to them. We're gonna just use our cards for fun. Sure. Okay, we're going first with Branded again. Starting with Deployment. I'm gonna chain Maxi this time. Okay, So no full combo for Branded, unless we can out this Maxi. We don't. We're gonna summon Cartesia anyway. And now we have Lubellion. We're gonna search Magnamut. Is that because we're not gonna play? We're just gonna try to survive? Okay, no summon a second Cartesia and pass. The reason why you want to no summon another one is in case your opponent has like Imperm in the draw phase, they can turn off your Cartesia. But they can't do that if you have to. We're probably trying to fuse both of these for each other anyway. And then use the Magnamut to survive. That's probably the plan. Okay, we hit up Bonfire. So this is gonna demand something. Obviously the Bonfire will win the game through the Grand Grenelle by itself and the Magnamut by itself. The Bonfire will beat all of that. So we're basically relying on the second effect of Grand Grenelle to summon Quen to then revive Albaz. That would be the threatening play that we have, the Disruption. But we could have more. We have one known in hand, and this could be a good set. If this is something like Fusion Duplication, we could make Grand Grenelle send Sarania, send Brenner Fusion, and then we can dupe it. So let's see. Maybe they have Maxi. Choosing to add Poplar, and doesn't appear to be Maxi. We're adding OSS. Why did we want to go Bonfire from this? Probably just trying to play around possible disruptions a little bit better. Maybe we want to summon Poplar without using our normal summon. We have the Bellstar now. Okay, this is interesting. We have seen Branded play Imperm. I'm not sure if we know for a fact whether this player is playing Imperm, whether this player believes they're playing Imperm, but obviously starting with Diet Bellstar is better. Into Imperm, you might bait it first, right? So we set the Wanted. Now we'll use OSS. Go into Pawn Knights. So this is pretty strong. If we still have a normal summon in the hand of something like Oak, this could be a lot of push here. We're going to use Cartesia now. The reason being we don't want to get hit with Skyburn, because... And if we search Skyburn, then it does force us to use the Cartesia plus the Magnum in hand, which doesn't feel like the end of the world, so maybe we don't have to use Cartesia. But we're gonna chain. And we also— oh, we have Albaz in the hand. Okay, so we actually had a lot more play than it looked like. We had Albaz, so we can now use into the Albion. That's gonna let us either make Mirror Jade, or we can go for... I mean, Mirror Jade is really the only option, right? If you go Sanctify, you lose the Albaz. It's really just Mirror Jade, I think. You do such Sanctuary, not Skybound. But no, we're gonna go Grand Grenelle. No, okay, this is better. Yeah, I forgot, of course you can do this. You have the option of sending Rindbrum, which can revive Albaz and then fuse away something on the opponent's board. The Mirror Jade, that would be better because that removes a body and summons Mirror Jade, and then you still have the Banage. You also put more bodies on the board. Also, summoning Grand Grenelle gives you access to Quen eventually. So this does play better than going straight for Mirror Jade. Sending the Rindbrum exactly like I said. And there we know some Snake Ash. So we drew both Poplar, which is why we wanted to go Bonfires of Poplar. Right, because we expect Brandon not to Imperm Snake Ash. and then that would just be a wasted bonfire. The bonfire would do nothing. Is that the reasoning? But we did also normal summon Snake Eye Ash with no effect. So do we not play Oak? Or do we also have Oak? Can't imagine not normal summoning Oak. Okay, so we now get the Quem, and now we're gonna chain Renbrum. We want to chain because... this is awkward. So... if we play Branded Sword, we can get 2 discards for Lubellion. Which means we can fuse with the Diabellstar into Lubellion, discard again for Mirror Jade. Because we can add back this from the Banished. If we just send Retribution, there's nothing to add back. And obviously you don't really want to fuse with Flamberge for like Titanic Lad. You can, but you don't want to because then it still triggers. You prefer to make Mirror Jade and then banish the Flamberge. The problem is that this is all awkward anyway because we know that there's still a Sanctuary as follow-up, which is gonna lead to a lot of push on its own. Especially because we already have Ponix in the graveyard. We do just send Retribution, but there's nothing to add back. So now we're fusing into a Lubellion for no effect, or we're just gonna make Titanic Lad anyway, so that we can't push with Flamberge. I think you just die to a Zelantis OTK. No, which used to make Lubellion, no effect. Okay, so this is branded in red. This is how this does make some sort of sense. We chose these Quen, target Albaz. I guess we're just trying to bait Cold Bay for what it's worth. And then we chain the branded in red. Target that same Albaz, and we can make Mirror Jade now. Okay, so if we had branded in red, what could we do something better? We had Albaz in the hand to fuse with for Cartesia. No, I don't think we had a stronger play. I just wonder if there's a world where we get to actually use the Quen properly and not like this. Yeah, I guess this is all you can do. So I'm just gonna Mirror Jade now with the Lubellion. And we're gonna banish a Flamberge on summon. We have Kirin now. Okay, so this is a huge punish. Now we get the Flamberge effect in the graveyard. Yeah, this is a nasty card to have here. Banish the Kirin, but we get to revive too. Our 3 bodies? Do we have a target to revive? We do have a dark target. So even without the Sanctuary, this is just Zelantis OTK by itself, which does play through all of this. Instead of sending Retribution, could we have sent Makuria instead? And then, instead of using Clam to randomly bait Coldbite, which we already kind of concluded that they didn't have because we've already tried to use Renbrum, right? So that we probably don't have Coldbite. Instead, we just don't use the Quen. We branded in red for the Mirror Jade, and then on the summon of the Mirror Jade, we revive Makuria to the field, which can use its negate from the field. Then we could at the very least negate Flamberge, which puts them with just a Poplar and a Sanctuary, which maybe can't push for lethal. I think it still can push for lethal, but it still bats at it this way. Was that maybe the better play? I think that was the better play. So I think they slightly missed something there. We have another Kirin in the hand as well. Okay, so this was definitely just lethal because even without these 2 bodies, they would still have 3 bodies, which is Zelantis OTK. They have 4 bodies actually with the Avato. So this is just really, really basic. Now we take the Magma, we make Princess, and we go Zelantis. You don't need any of these, none of these cards stop you from just attacking for lethal. Okay, we're going for this version with the Phoenix. Yeah, unfortunate for Branded, we did get Mag Seed, which, you know, it's what happens. If I think about the hand was Deployments, Lebellion, Branded in red, Albaz, and a second Cartesia. So if we had not been hit with Maxi, we could use the Lebellion for Serenity and access Branded Fusion that way. We could also play around Ash by normal summoning Cartesia, making picking Albion, and then going for Gram Granol from the graveyard, and then making Verte. We could have done that, but we got Maxied, so nothing we could do. We started with Deployment, which means we weren't gonna play around Ash anyway. Probably what their turn 1 was intending to be was the Bellion search for Sarania, and then Cartesia fuse with the Sarania so he can access Branded Fusion from the graveyard with Retribution. That was probably the plan. But we got Maxied, unfortunate. And then Snake Eye had their 1 starter, which leads to all of this. We're using Retribution again just for fun. I saw this a game ago. Okay, we have Cam going first versus the 51 card Branded deck. And we have Bricked. Wow, okay, so Cam playing Yubel, most likely. We Bricked. This is Branded. Let's see how this game goes. We have Shrouded. I swear every single Branded play has started with Shrouded. This time, we're sending Branded Fusion, so what does this tell you? Right, we do let it resolve. We don't chain a High Spirit. Sunny Branded Fusion is, to me, telegraphing that there could be a thrust in the hand or a dupe in the hand. And what we're trying to do is make it so that if we get stopped on the next play to try and send Retribution to the graveyard, we at least have the target in the graveyard for dupe already. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a normal summon Quen here, or maybe a Cartesia, Deployment or normal summon, and then try to send Sarnia. But obviously through the 2 back row and a break, you expect some kind of hand traps. So smart to send this, if that's what we're going for. No, we just also break. Okay. So we sent this because we drew dupe, which makes sense. It's pretty heads up, by the way. You notice that they had to draw 1 option instead of gambling on drawing a starter. They actually sent the Branded Fusion and playing around the possibility of drawing another dead card. So at least they can have Duke now, which isn't amazing, but if Cam's bricked, it could be enough. And Cam dispatches again. In the end phase, we choose to Duke. This is a tricky situation. You don't want to waste your resources. You could draw for turn and then Dupe on your own turn. In case you draw something that can get Retribution. So you draw Shrouded again. You can send Retribution, add back the Branded Fusion, try to use it, and then Dupe. But for the sake of tempo, I think it's probably good to Dupe now, because you can send Tragedy, you can get a Such. Versus a complete brick, you don't necessarily have to be resolving Branded Fusion to win. So I think this is correct. I think we want to go Libellion, sending Tragedy, and get as much advantage as we can. Chon Maxi, this is expected. We did brick on something. Witching Cold Bite is also expected because we also bricked on something. Wouldn't be surprised if Libellion discards a really advantageous card, because those tend to be the bricky cards, things like Retribution. We do go for Tragedy. The Libellion is in attack position. I guess it doesn't really matter, it's the end phase. We have Impalm. That's fine. This does play good into Impalm because the Albas stays in the graveyard, so the Alaba can now get branded in white, which can get to Mirror Jade. It does mean that the Libellion has been used. It's no longer back in the extra leg. We do have Shrouded. So we did in fact draw Shrouded, which is exactly what I was talking about. We could have sent Retribution to add back this, but we can't because it's banished. So instead we sent Sword. No, some of the Alaba. Oh, we have Gamma. Okay, so this was trying to get branded in white, no doubt. We get Gamma. Yeah, that's right. We could also have drew our Retribution, or both of our Retribution. Driver from hand, by the way. Oh my god, that we already have branded in white. Wow, that's a really good card to have right now. So we were probably gonna get branded Lost instead. Cam was expecting the branded in white, and now this is a huge draw here. We're using Albas from the hand. Why are we using Albas from the hand and not from the graveyard? That seems suspicious to me. Was that a misclick? So... you can normal summon that Albas. Oh no, they already normal summoned the Alaba? But maybe it was better to normal summon the Albas? No, we didn't have Gamma on the field yet. Okay, ignore me, but even outside of normal summoning Albas, why would you use the one in the hand and not the one in the graveyard? Do we have a plan? We can add back a banished Albas with Sword if we had banished it. And do we have a plan now? We're going end phase, okay. Defense position because we know we're against Duel. And Cam is bricked again. Okay, this feels strange. I think we misclicked. I think we wanted to banish this from the graveyard, but we just used the one in hand instead. Now we draw another Alaba and it's pretty good. I choose to ash this, makes sense. There's no reason to wait for Branded Fusion. It's already banished. I'm not sure what this could have gotten, which would have made a difference though. Probably just Branded Lost again. We get Branded in white back thanks to Tragedy. And now we can make Albion, which in this exact situation does kind of pay off for having another Albas. But I guess we don't have Lubellion. So what would we be trying to make here? This is like Coritis and just try to push for lethal? That's potentially what we're trying to do. They don't impalm it. So now we have lethal. And there's no Spirit of Yubel, apparently. So we just win. Okay. A couple of breaks, but Branded got the better of that one. Okay, KG going fast with Pearly again. Activate straight. And we set a monster. Okay, so... yeah, when Delicious was at 3, do you remember how it was actually kind of a break if you didn't have a monster when you went first? Yeah, so we have to set a hand trap, I guess, just to make Delicious live. This is rough. Discard the trap. Probably play more than one, but maybe we don't. I haven't seen more than one from KG yet. We did play around Impalm and Veiler, so there could be that over here, but we can't use it because of Street. We'll reveal the Sleepies. We have to get Sleepy. Currently, the Plump isn't doing anything. There's nothing to attach. Well, I guess we can attach the trap. This is not enough for a Noir. So unless we have another trap here set, this is just draw 2. That's our board. Hopefully this is a trap. We saw this last time from KG. Yeah, it's a trap. So now suddenly the board becomes strong. This is exactly what you want to do in Pearly. Draw 2 more. And the Noir is unaffected. Okay, we start normal summon Elkins. Instead of normal summon Snake Eye Arch. Interesting. Shall we add Avata, which is also interesting choice. Do we already have Kieran as well? Oh wow, we have all the Viking cards. So we're trying to summon the Avata from the hand so that it can negate Noir. We pop the Street. Why do we pop the Street? What's the reason to pop Street? Is it so we can target Noir with something like Flamberge? Or Skyburn, maybe? Because if you're just trying to get rid of follow-up, I think the My Friend is the right answer. But no, we are gonna search for Skyburn. This makes sense. Now, as soon as the Noir spins, it is affected again, which means we can target it with the Skyburn. So that's why we popped the Street. Smart, very well played. Why are we in the battle phase, though? That's my next question. Why did we do that? Okay, maybe we just have no plays. Okay, maybe we're just out of plays. Then they're not spinning with Noir, which means we can't target it with the Skybone yet. But we were maybe trying to bait them into using it, because then we can use the Skybone. But if we don't have plays, then KG can just sit on the Noir and wait for it to be pleasant. Yeah, so we just go SB. I think we try to banish the My Friend. And we just pass here. Yeah. Okay. Activating in the end freeze is very risky. I don't think there's necessarily a reason to do this, because there's 2 unknowns in hand, right? And one of them was the Skyburn, one of these 3 is Skyburn, but 2 of them are unknown. The chances that they can just set a bluff trying to bait you and then use Skyburn in the end phase is not that low. I think you could play around that if you're KG. There's no real reason to spin this now, right? Because if they set the Skyburn, you can maybe just play this full you shuffle it to force the Skyburn saying the Noir is still safe. And I think this is risky, because I would not be surprised if this is not Skyblem, and then we're gonna outplay them here. But no, apparently it was the Skyban. I'm gonna negate without Glata now. We have Ash, okay. We're playing so many hand traps in KD's list. Makes sense that we're gonna draw them with Sleepy. We don't have plays apparently. We're gonna negate without Barto. That's pretty bad. Now we can trigger Garunix, which probably wins, alright? Because if we really don't have any plays, then this destroys Noir, which means we don't get to Zeus. Destroying a Kirin from hand again? Okay, so we have a lot here. Maxi is good. Maxi is gonna help here a lot. So this is gonna be 2 draws at least. The Noir dies, and they do get Sanctuary for next turn. Wouldn't this be the other way around? Right, just to play around Ash? Right? We Ash last turn, right? Not this turn. But there's no Ash. We'll destroy Garunix. And we did draw into plays. Okay. So we can search. We can shuffle back. We're doing this in the battle phase to play around Sailor, I guess? Still one unknown in hand. Oh, there was a Vela. Wow. So we did play around that, but it still hurts, because the second effect is more important. Now we get to go Anima. We do have more plays though. Okay, we can keep going. We find a Pretty, that's pretty good. So we're gonna make BT. We can send Arbata, but maybe we would rather just send Maxi, because then this takes Arbata away forever. Nope, we're gonna send it though. Okay, yeah, that's worth it, because now we can make SP, of course. Banishing the Garunix here is strong, that's the 1-of. Card in hand is Sanctuary. And now we get... what are we setting? We still have a white cat in the deck. So... what if we didn't get the street here? If we got the happy instead? Would it not be better to have this card in hand still so that you could maybe discard it? Probably no, but it's something to consider. They did get the street no, so that's exactly what they wanted. Now they get a sleepy draw. I wouldn't be surprised if this is another trap, honestly. Then negate this because you have to. Wait. They put Sleepy, but then didn't draw. Why didn't they draw in the standby phase? When you want card in hand, the Sanctuary, are they playing around? You would play around Thrust, right? Because I don't play Thrust in Viking Snake Eye. Why wouldn't you draw one? Was this maybe they like misclicked? Maybe they got confused by the Garunix? And Not sure why we wouldn't draw. We're gonna banish with SP. Why are we doing that? Okay. I see why we might do that. If this is the trap, then Pearly is in a very good position. But if this is a bluff, then this could be a little bit rough. Impem would also be good because the island isn't that scary with Garonix gone. But no, they get to resolve the Poplar. Now it's looking good. We get to Oak. I think the last good card this could be is Nobi. It wouldn't be Cold Buy, not in Pearly. I think it's nothing. And then this is nothing. Yeah, so it's not the trap. We're going Phoenix with no discard. Yeah, this is just... It was Impom. Okay, we didn't want Impom Poplar because he had Linkery though. Yeah, that makes sense. So we Impom Princess, but isn't this still... It's not lethal, because we can't Zelantis OTK without a monster on KJ's board. So they just go Appaloosa. Yeah, Appaloosa's fine. You don't need to go Amber Whale, not have Garonix anymore. We shuffle back up Pearlies. We do have my friend, so we can still play. So what's the plan? We want to go for a Black Cat. It gets negated with Chain SP to banish itself and the Appaloosa. So then it resolves, and we could try to use the second effect. The street prevents them from using Promethean Princess on the Pearly, so they would have to target SP. So the way to play it, the way Kristen Uranus should play it, I think, is to not try to negate the on-summon effect of Pearl Lily, and instead just use Princess, target the SP. The SP has to chain to banish itself in the Appaloosa. The Appaloosa can negate that, and then Appaloosa still has one negate left to trade for a Peli effect. The one catch, I think, is that we have to charm Linkuriboh to tribute the Oak in order to have battle protection, right? No, the SP dies. The SP dies, and the Peli's too small. So yeah, they don't even need to chain the Linkuriboh. I think they just use Princess targeting SP, and that should win. Does KG have an answer for this? We're discarding Mono. Yeah, so now you just use Princess. You try to chain, you negate, and then you still have a negate for the Rancor. They do chain the Linkuriboh, but this isn't necessary, because the SP would just die. So now it's basically all on White Cat. You have to hit with this. I think you don't negate, I think you just put them on miss, because if they miss, then they have to use this. This is the only play, and then you can negate it. If you negate this, and then you let them rank up, can they win? It can maybe win, right? Like going into Plum, and then putting like two pretties underneath it is gonna pick apart this board. We have no destructions left, so I think I think this actually comes down to whether the Pearly hits or not. And they don't negate, but taking the gamble. But we only half hit. We find a leap, but not a spell. That's rough. Now you go for this, negate. Depending on what the extra deck looks like, we could still do something. Let's say we had a second SP. It could then banish Island, which would clear everything. We have Assembled Nightingale. Okay, that's even better. Sure. We go down and into Zeus. Yeah, this is actually even better than the second SP. So they might even have a second SP. But this is better, because this doesn't trigger Garunix. This will just send the Garunix to the graveyard. So this is actually pretty good. The only issue with using this is that you use up all of your follow-up, right? So there's 2 traps banished, 1 trap in hand. I don't know if you set this trap. You do have cats in the deck. You have 1 here, and then the other ones that are in the deck. So I don't think you need to set the trap to recycle. Yeah, they just wipe as it is. Island triggers. Is there a reason to have waited for the opponent's turn? Probably not, right? Because what you would have to do it in the standby phase anyway, which potentially leaves you vulnerable to a top deck. And be like a Ghost Doggo or something. And droplets maybe. If you first action Princess, try to revive Flanders, you would immediately punish Zeus. So this is correct. He's using your own turn. And they have nothing. I don't think you wipe a single back row. I think you try to play Zeus control for a bit. Okay, they are wiping now. That, to me, means that they drew playable. So they're gonna go summon a Pearly now. Yeah, Sleepy. Summon out Lily. This should be control of the game. There is no cards to suck up, which means we can't just plump into Pretty into a Noir. Still gonna go for Plump though. And we have the spell to attach. Right, so we do have Noir. Attacking before making Noir doesn't make any sense. You might as well Noir first. I guess you put it in defense position. Yeah, this is better. This is the better way to do it. You draw 2 cards, and there's no 1 card that can do anything here. This is lethal, right? Yeah, it's lethal. That was a great game. Honestly, well played to KG and to Christian. That was one of the better games. Okay, next game, we have Cam going second versus a Bonfire. We have Gamma for Snake Eye Ash. This is strong. Yeah, so what extenders do we have now? Nothing. We have a set card and a pass. Okay. Spirit Gates. No U-Bell engine just yet. Yes, still no U-Bell engine. Do we stop Yama? Don't stop Yama. And there's the U-Bell engine. Okay, so now this is just gonna win. We're activating Kieran. Oh, we're activating Kieran. Do we have like 3 Vikings? Like Ponix and Garunix. Chain Maxi. And that resolves. We have Lambert. Okay, we just wanted to summon Kirin. Okay. But doesn't this make it easier to kill? Because you allow them to do Anglish? Oh, it's because we have Sky then. Okay, I guess that's foreseeable. Now we can go hop the Spirit Gates, and that should cut them off as most things? No, they have Yama. So if you pop anything, they just trigger Yama to summon back Spirit. And this, let's speed this up. I'm pretty sure we can access lethal from here. Access code. Yeah, make a second link too. No, we're gone Muckrika this way, okay. And it is now lethal. Okay. That is a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, we have Pearly versus Branded. It says a good matchup for Branded when Branded goes first. Very good matchup when Branded goes first, but when it goes second, Hurley has a good chance. The Sleepy Draws plus the Noir can put a complete stop to Branded. Handshots like Ash, Maxi are like very good against Branded. And then Noir kind of keeps you safe from any sneaky plays. Never mind. Wow, we have swapped decks. This is not Hurley, and instead we're going for a deck that has a really good matchup going first against Branded, which is FTKs. I guess this is an FTK. If they're playing the Auroradon FTK with Dark Strike Fighter, then they have it. Every super heavy starter can do this combo. At least I think most of them can. Wakaushi definitely can. And yeah, we discarded Super Heavy Samurai Benkei, a second copy, so this is a pure build. I think we'll actually come. We don't know yet though. Every super heavy combo looks like this. We know most summoned, which is another sign that this is not just an engine in another deck. We added Stealthy, which is another sign that this is pure. I think this is the FTK. Alright, we're gonna equip, we're gonna summon Scales. And is this gonna make Ballista? Okay, well, making Ballista? Why do we want to make Ballista? Is this not an FTK? Or is this just part of the FTK? Because you don't need this in the FTK. But you can, it's still a machine, so we could see Auroradon next. Wouldn't be surprised to see Auroradon. Was summoning the box. In fact, the Ballista helps you make FTK more consistent, right? I think the Ballista makes the difference. No, yeah, this is the FTK, so we search for the galaxies. Queen's Light. I go for Vespinato. Okay, that's one way to do it. Special summon 3 tokens. Activate the General Caro. Tribute. Now we get the Cold Wing. No, it's what is this one? It's Raiten. Yeah, this is the one you use for the FTK. Its level is increased by all the tokens levels, right? So you special summon a token. Special summon another token. Now you make all the tokens huge. It becomes level 43. and it's an FTK. This is one of the best ways to beat Branded. I may know a thing or two about this myself. Yeah. Wow. That is one way to beat Branded. Okay, looks like Branded is going first. Gotta love to see that. Starting with High Spirits in the main phase. So choosing not to play around Duel. Is that because he had talents? Or is it just because we didn't know what we wanted to do and we wanted to think in the main phase? Because it looks like we're discarding Keeper here, which this is always a decision, whether you want to normal summon Keeper or discard it for High Spirits. So maybe they were deciding which one they want to do. Sending Titanic Lad. Oh, we add Cartesia. Okay. So adding Cartesia, what does that suggest? We could have another Keeper, which we want to normal summon and then discard an Albaz. That could be a play. We could have Shrouded. No, we're just gonna normal summon the Cartesia. Okay, so we had Kit. The plan is to get Branded Fusion this way. And by going to the Cartesia first, we're playing better around Impums and Veilers. Because we could have just normal summon the Keeper, but then we would have lost immediately to an Impum or a Veiler. And we probably don't have another target at the High Spirits. So we get to Branded Fusion, we put back a card. That does Branded Fusion resolve? It does, okay. So, standard combo here. Probably goes Libellion. In fact, we could maybe make Rindrum? No, that doesn't quite work out. We're making Furious though, not Libellion, so we want to keep the card in our hand. We get hit with Nibiru. So this is where most people Nibiru. I don't blame G for using Nibiru here, but I think this is the wrong Nibiru. I don't think you're supposed to use Nibiru here. So what you're doing is denying Libellion to bring out Branded Lost, but actually, if you think about what's going to happen next, they're going to activate the Branded Lost with Libellion, and then the next play is going to be activate Cartesia. In response to that, you can activate Nibiru. They don't get to fuse, they get a token, and then if this card in hand can fuse with the token, then they get to fuse and they're forced to fuse. But most likely they're not going to fuse it to anything. So they just get a token. They get Branded Lost, but they have nothing. They get Albion and Titaniclad in the end phase, but they're going to get these regardless. So the better way to do this, I think, is to wait. Because now what's going to happen is activate Cartesia in response. We're going to get to summon Grand Gwenelle, which will not get to resolve its effect. It will get tributed by Nibiru, but it will get to resolve its second effect, which is going to be able to summon out a Quen. And that's good, because then that means Titaniclad can summon up Albaz, and Albaz can discard the Cartesia, which you can add back, fuse into Albion number 2 with the Mirror Jade, and then Quam can even revise the Cartesia back to the field. And you could prevent all of that by just saving Nibiru until after. We even get the Branded Lost Setch. And no, we don't get the Branded Lost because we're Nibiruing now. But we get to summon Quam, we get to fuse away the Nibiru. I think it is better to deny Branded Lost. And to not deny the Branded Lost. Yeah, I think it's better to chain to Cartesia. This is, I think, a slightly inaccurate Nibiru. So now we chain. We get a huge token in attack position. We're not playing Duel though, so position doesn't really matter. Yeah, so we get to summon the Quam, send Albaz. Sending Albaz is interesting Are we not planning on summoning Albaz with this? Why do we want a second Albaz? We're gonna set branded banishment. Okay, that is lie. We have this and this. No, it's retribution. I meant to say retribution. And now they're gonna summon out the Albaz, discard the Cartesia, make Albion number 2, and then they can revive back the Cartesia. So, oh wow, we even have branded in red. Okay, so that's why we wanted the second Albaz. This makes sense. Now we can make Mirror Jade with this. Yeah, okay. So, the difference here? What is the difference here? If we had not wasted the Nibiru right away, if we had chained to the Cartesia, it's not a waste, that's a harsh word. But if we had chained Cartesia, the difference is we would still have the Nibiru on the board. And the Titanic Lad would have summoned the Quem anyway. So I think we keep a card in hand. No, we probably don't even have a card in hand because we want to summon this Cartesia back. We would summon this Cartesia back when we activate Branded in red anyway. So we would probably choose not to add it back from the graveyard. And we will have this exact same position, but we would also have Branded lost on the field, and then the Nibiru would be on the field. So, the way this has worked out, yes, it's probably better that they did the Nibiru the way they did it, but only because we have branded in red here. Without this branded in red, there would be no way to trigger the Quen on this turn to bring back the Cartesia, so the end board would have been worse if they had used the Nibiru better. At least that's how I see it. Okay, no awesome Avita, we'll then try to banish that right away. We have Rinpum, but no discard right now. We can maybe make a discard if we play a second Grand Grenelle, but we don't know that we do. It's okay though, because this reviving Albaz is still good because we have Cartesia, so we can just fuse with an Albaz on the board. We don't need to use its effect. They're gonna negate Mirror Jade. Is there a reason to banish this right away? Because this isn't a play. Wouldn't you want to wait for them to prove that they have some other way to play first? Because what if destroying a card here is their way to play? Okay, we're activating Cartesia. Did we maybe try to end the main phase? Maybe we did. And they're gonna chain and they're gonna target Quen. So, what were we trying to make with Cartesia here? Maybe the second Grand Grenelle with the Mirror Jade, and then we revive Mirror Jade with Quen? That would check out, that would make sense why the Rinbrum is already good here. The Rinbrum is already good here anyway. But if we had a second Grand Grenelle, that would result in a card in hand. So that would be really good. There's a couple times where we've seen 2 Grand Grenelle come up and be really good. But they're gonna chain, they're gonna destroy the Quen. Yeah, we do play a second one. And because they destroyed the Quen, no reason to fuse away the Mirror Jade. Just leave it on the board and get rid of this token. This is really good for Branded. You know, it's in Serenia, which can send Retribution. That can be our discard. We have the second effect now. Is this Quiritis or Quen number 2? It's Quiritis, okay? We're unsure if we're playing double Quen. I think most lists are playing double Quen. We sent Branded Sword. Okay, that's the same thing. It's a discard either way. We have Sanctuary in hand, which is good. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. And thinking about the plays here, Would it not be good to have fused away the Mare Jade anyway? Because getting rid of it means that your Albaz can now fuse into a Mare Jade. But now it's kind of a liability because you can't make another Mare Jade. Is that maybe a misplay? You have Retribution, but is this gonna come up? Yeah, I guess it's gonna come up, right? Because they're gonna pop the Garunix, or the Cut in Hand, and then they're gonna trigger the OG Garunix, the new Garunix, I mean, the Sacred Garunix, and that can be hit with Retribution. We can return this Mare Jade to the extra deck if we want, and then we have freed up the zone, or freed up the Mare Jade to summon another one. Not that they can even extend after that anyway. So yeah, I popped the Garunix. Still one unknown. Could be a Diabellstar. We choose to we choose to use the Retribution. And we are gonna return from the graveyard. I think this is fine. It's possible that they are just gonna pass turn. So we don't really want to get rid of this Mare Jade, because then we don't have a lot going on. But we do have Retribution in the graveyard, so we can't just add back the Branded in red and play that way. We have been through all 3 Albaz, so we can't add back Branded Fusion. I think this is fair. This is fair. You are losing a lot of resources, I guess, if you get rid of this Mare Jade. You can hold off. Theoretically, let's say this was OSS or something to keep playing. You can hold off on the Renbrum until... No, you can't though, because they can use Flambers, they can force it, like they can target the Renbrum, or they can target your one Albaz, and then it's forced, and you can't fuse into Mare Jade, and then they can clear the Mare Jade. So it's a little awkward, I think. I think it's fine though, because the chances are they don't extend, they just pass, and you want to keep this Mare Jade. It's going to be live again for the next turn. So we add back the Cartesia and High Spirits. And this should be pretty good. I don't see any trap card that Christian could have here. We get the Garunix. This was always going to happen. And it is mandatory. It will trigger the Coritis. We can't summon Albaz, but we can summon Aluba. We can summon Aluba. So we banish it so that we don't have to worry about the Garunix. Yeah, and we can speed this up. Aluba gets branded lost. Branded in white is also kind of good to maybe draw branded in white. Is that why we don't want a way to fuse? Because we currently don't have a way to fuse. Cartesia probably doesn't fuse. I'm gonna add back Branded Fusion, but there's 2 Albaz banished here, and there's 1 here in the graveyard, so this can't be activated. Is this maybe a misplay? Yeah, activate the Cartesia. So they can add back an Albaz to hand and then use the Branded Fusion. Yeah, that's fine. It's the same thing, really. I guess this is better because we at least get the Branded Loss protection. I see they're playing the Jowgen. We've seen this before though. Now we can make Furious Dragon. Do we want to make Furious Dragon? We don't have opening. I don't think we want to make Furious Dragon. We want to just push for lethal. So it is lethal if you go Furious Dragon with Albaz and then like the Sirenia, and then on the resolution in the Branded Loss window, you target your own Cartesia and the back row. Then no Nakuria. That is lethal. And that is a safe lethal line because it gets rid of the one back row. Is that what they're gonna do? No, they're going for Sanctifier instead. Okay, I mean this is lethal anyway. The set card is not gonna stop them. But just in case, I think I would have liked to go... Wait, we already used our Furious. Never mind. We already used our Furious. I'm messing up on this branded. This branded ends. Play it quite a bit. They know what they're doing. This was all correct, for the most part.